for the climate-related SDGs, the United Nations SDGs, you know that 40% of those environment-related SDGs lack sufficient data to even monitor progress.
That's true.
The global biodiversity information, 80% of that comes from 10 countries only 10 countries. And we count the countries, that's almost 5% of the countries. So again, there is a role of making sure that data, we invest in data collection, first of all, and to make sure that it's as inclusive as possible. And there is an element of infrastructure. Still, I know that it will be very hard to imagine in this room, but still a third of the population worldwide do not have access to reliable internet connection or internet connection at all. So that's another piece, which is investment in data and infrastructure to make sure that this technology is being adopted in the right way.
Absolutely. Great.
I'm not sure I answered the question.
No, you did actually. Again, I took the loss and damage because, again, there's a lot of funding going towards climate change. I'm using loss and damage as an example. How we disperse the money by standardizing or having certain indicators is very important. Naomi, you wanted to say something?
Well, just, two things come to mind. First, on the importance of data. Insurers, reinsurers, governments, they need data to anticipate what will the costs be, what are the potential liabilities, how are they going to cover those, do they have sufficient capital on their balance sheet. So I think having that robust data that can help them to evaluate the cost of certain storms or extreme heat, flooding in certain locations, what would that mean for them? And do they have the right premiums in place with their end customers so that they can cover it? So that's the first point, just the importance of data is going to be helpful in anticipating the costs and being prepared. I think on the disbursement, it's a great question. In the US, I forget the precise statistic, but I think there's over 5 different billion-dollar events this year. That's only going to increase. And they're going to start getting closer together, back to back. And so these municipalities are going to have to figure out how do they repair and rebuild in this kind of onslaught of these disasters. And right now, don't quote me on this, but my understanding is that FEMA, the organization responsible for disaster relief and repayment, the repayment period is very long.
Yep.
And it's very, I think, quite manual, or like there's paperwork involved, and that's not going to fly. So technology is going to be crucial in creating the system so that municipalities can get reimbursed very quickly, because they won't have time to sit around and wait for a decade to get repaid. I think Katrina might still be getting repaid, and they won't have the reserves to rebuild on their own because they will be hit so hard. So there needs to be a technology, digital transformation of the government to create those flows so that precisely you can disperse
so they
the
can
funds.
also react quicker for the next disaster.
Yeah, and I think there's also great startups and new technologies that can help the municipalities on the ground to track the payments, so it goes directly to the government.
Absolutely.
So it's not a matter of waiting until you've completed something to then send the bill, right? But in much more live, and like you said, the government can then anticipate what are the costs that are coming and prepare accordingly. So I think it's just going to be critical. Shergil,
I'm sorry, I always mispronounce your name, but I will say it, Shergil.
You're not the first one and probably not the last one either.
I think, we're in the region here and you are trailblazers in what you do. How can you help with these commitments? Again, be it loss and damage or others, we've seen so many amazing commitments come to fruition. And I think the goal of this, specifically COP28, is let's do something. Commit is fine, but we want to do something. And I think we saw this firsthand. So here in the region, with all of the announcements that's been made, how do you, as a banking system, as banking experts, help pave the way to help disperse these finances?
I think overall it's quite interesting the role the financial institution play in and is going to play in this,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Because we are the facilitator across industries, across customer types, and so on. So our role is quite essential in how we can facilitate that change is required, that is coming through regulations, initiatives, and so on. So we had this huge climate fund being announced yesterday. I think it's $30 billion US.
Yes.
These amounts, this fund needs to be distributed to the relevant parties where the banking sector can support in multiple ways. One thing is very simple, the payments going from A to B,
Yep.
but also guiding on that what are the requirements that should be given when you're assessing these things as well, right? So, of course, we have, everyone almost today does have a banking account, right? We always have an understanding of who are our clients, what are these industries doing, what are the trends for different industries, how can we support on those? Again, well supported by technologies as well, and say where should this money go and where will this money make the biggest impact as well. Mm-hmm. Because it's not only about having the right technology, but it's also looking in the future that where can this $100 make the biggest impact as well. Does this need to go to this region? Does it need to go to this industry? Does it need to go to this specifically thing? That is where we can support on them as well. And actually, very recently, we also did a very close collaboration with the government as well, where we wanted to distribute money faster to the healthcare sector as well. And again, this is also a role where we can play in order to facilitate and enhance those payments quicker in order to support the change that is required. So again, I think that the financial sector is essential in that change that is required because we can facilitate those funds and make sure that they get placed where they can create the biggest impact.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Blaine? Same question? From a strategic perspective and a technology perspective, again, it's different points of view, but I would love to hear yours.
So, one more time.
About, so we're talking about the funds that have been committed and dispersed at COP28, and what's the role of technology to help disperse them, and what's the role of the banking sector and the financial sector? So in your case, it's yeah.
No, I think I absolutely concur with what you just said in terms of doing picking, creating these funds, picking really the right projects, ensuring that they're adhering to a certain standard before you disperse the funds.
Yeah.
I believe that's definitely going in the right way and according to what you're doing.
I think we're going to see a lot of that and a lot of these discussions happening in the next few days as well. So it'll be interesting to see how all of this comes together. Islam, I think you guys are already setting the standard in terms of what you're doing. Do you see that it will play a role in the disbursement of some of these funds that are coming in?
Yes, definitely. I mean, as we've said, we're setting the standard for finance the emissions, and as we have seen that for these several announcements of sustainable investment funds, and from you we see the Saudi Green initiatives, the fund of 30 billion have been announced yesterday, and there is a lot of funds are being announced from the region. So the region has the interest in sustainability as a priority. So I would speak here from a specific point of view of as a partnership or as a global initiatives, we need somehow more sufficient representation from that region.
Yeah.
To be able to get those global initiatives to attend to the regional perspectives and so on. So we need more banks from the region to take part with us as First Bank of Abu Dhabi to help to the local financial industry to push that for the disbursement of the money in the sustainable fund. We need also the assessment and data providers, the ChatGPT, and also of course the Microsoft and the other service providers. So it's all about partnership to push it further between different actors to move forward perfectly or sustainability dispersing the sustainable investment fund. And thank you.
I love it. Okay, so one last question because we're coming to the end. I think if we look towards the future and the next COP and the next COP and the next COP, and it's not all about COPs, it's about getting to net zero, what would be your wish? What would be the thing that you want to see most happening, transforming? And I'm going to talk about the region because the region is quite important. I'll start with Shergil because he's from the region.
So what's the perspective from the region towards net zero?
What is not the perspective, but what would we like to just move forward? What if you had one thing to move forward from a technology perspective? What would it be to get to net zero?
From a technology perspective, I think what is gonna crucial, I think I will try to link the two comments I made before about the
Yes.
skills. So how will the technology really support and accelerating raising awareness and developing the capabilities and the green skills? Because I think, again, the technology has a crucial part to play, but I think that the focus on how we can use technology, AI, etc., to raise the green skills, the capabilities on this topic of sustainability is going to be extremely important. So I would like to link those two things together.
Amazing. Sherry, from a Microsoft perspective, what is the Microsoft, let's say, if there's one thing from your strategy that you want to just focus on and move forward towards the next COP and the next COP, what would it be?
I think similar to how we manage performance in corporates, there is a yearly review of performance versus targets. I would love to see from COP to COP, not only large companies, but also large nations actually setting a specific goal for the next COP, and then in the COP actually reviewing where they have fell short, overperformed. So similar to the concept of, when the yearly reviews of companies, the shareholder analyst call, within COP would be this forum where countries would actually report performance versus targets that has been set in the previous COP. So it's not 2030, 2050 anymore. It's actually from COP to
Year
COP.
to year.
Yeah.
I love that.
Maybe just to add on that, because I think what's really interesting, and we've done some research recently on the MSCI Net Zero Tracker, and we looked at the G20 countries, and what we observed since the Paris Agreement is that the companies, the listed companies within the G20, have actually been decarbonizing at a faster rate than their countries have.
Yeah.
And so when we come to COP, we look to governments and we look for action from governments, and we're often critical of the private sector, but actually the private sector has been doing more since Paris. Now, sadly, that trend is set to reverse. We're going to see a slowing down of decarbonization by companies, which we absolutely need to keep our foot on the gas. If we look at the emissions in 2023, they're set to increase by 11%. And we're just looking at the listed companies, so one part of the whole world. But they're going up by 11%. So there's, I think, an extra, it's 12.5 billion metric tons of CO2 that are being emitted this year by the listed companies. So we need to keep the pressure on the private sector. And I think what we crucially need government action, right? We absolutely need those commitments, those targets, like you're saying, and we need that stability. We need that the private sector knows what to expect, right? I think a lot of action is delayed because of the uncertain regulatory environment, and so I think that having that clear, bold action by governments will not only help countries to rapidly decarbonize, which they need to do, but also create the environment that will enable companies to keep going and to keep to do the hard part. I think a lot of the low-hanging fruit decarbonization has happened, but to do that next amount, they're going to need the environment. And I think the IRA, I'm blanking, Inflation Reduction Act in the United States has been a piece of legislation that shows when you set up the right incentives and systems, it can have really tremendous impact in terms of innovation and technology and driving decarbonization. So I think getting that very clear, bold message is critical for us to get on track to get to net zero by 2050.
Lynn, may I ask you, Bain has been advising companies and big governments for a really, really long time. So again, from your point of view, how can we move from this COP to the next COP to the next COP? And what is it that you personally would like to see?
Yeah, so I agree with what was said. We need these big commitments. I think we need the leadership commitment. But honestly, I just want to see also just pragmatic action. So putting together a multidisciplinary team, just get started with something small. Test it out. Try how technology can help you in this. in this journey and then let it be proven and work from there. So my suggestion would be to get pragmatic and start getting practical with it. Yeah.
Islam?
It's a bit difficult to add to what the great statements that has been said. I agree very much with what Naomi has said about the regulatory frameworks. That has to be somehow more progressive. For example, in the MENA region here, it's only Emirates, maybe Saudi, and also Egypt, and other few countries that put somehow sustainability disclosure to be, okay, because we have to be pragmatic as well, of course. So I would love to see that the regulatory frameworks being pushed further, but also as a sustainability consultant from the technology point of view, what I'm hoping for to see in the technology is that we speak a lot in Europe these days about the danger of the AI, but still there is a huge potential that the AI should enable us, as Sharjeel has been said, in the very difficult challenge we face with the data availability. So if I would dream of a fantasy of a device or technology, it would be technology that would help me to get access to the data, verify these data, and get them measured properly using PCAF standards.
Well, I want to thank all of you for joining this panel. I know I asked some difficult questions, but I wanted to really get your points of view across. I absolutely loved talking to all of you. I think we have a great collaboration happening here. So I will leave it to Sharjeel to bring us all together and do something much bigger towards the future and the next COP. Please give a big hand to our wonderful team. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Hi, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to Financing the Clean Hydrogen Revolution. We have our panel here. They're about to start. Thank you so much.
Hi, everybody. So my name is not Bas Soedemeyer. I'm Carl Clayton. So I'm another one of BCG's partners who is at COP. So I'm stepping in to help moderate this panel today. So I think everybody around the room, I'm sure, has a strong interest in the topic today. I think hydrogen is one of the major kind of levers for decarbonization as we see things going forward globally. So really excited that we have the panelists that we do here today to talk about one of the really key pillars in unlocking the hydrogen revolution, which is on the financing side and the financing community's role in really establishing this new market. So starting here with Sid, I will ask the panelists to introduce themselves and then we will be able to get going.
Thanks a lot, Carl. Great to be here. I'm Sid Manjeshwar. I'm the Treasurer and Head of Investor Relations at Air Products. In my couple of different hats that I wear, I lead strategic financing and external communications for Air Products in various capacities. I think I'm delighted to be here with this esteemed group of change makers, especially as it pertains to the clean hydrogen revolution, including my partner in crime, Atanu, who we worked alongside very closely to put NEOM together and get that to financial close in May. So happy to be here again.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeffrey Byer. I'm the founder and managing director of Zest Associates. Zest is a Dubai-based sustainability consultancy that focuses on climate policy and strategy, green finance, and clean tech innovation. We also represent clean tech innovators and entrepreneurs who have really breakthrough technologies and help them to locate themselves here in the Middle East, find clients, joint venture partners, and venture capital investment. I authored a major study last year on accelerating the hydrogen industry in the UAE and looking at UK-UAE collaboration opportunities. We looked at kind of priorities across policy, supply, demand, investment, infrastructure, innovation, and skills. So I'll be talking about some of those things, especially on the finance side today. Pleasure to be with you today. Thank you.
Hello, Mark Lutz. I'm the head of commercial for green hydrogen projects at Masdar. My team does the commercial and financial structuring of projects, making sure that they make money so that we can reach our target of 1 million tons of green hydrogen by 2030.
Hi everyone, my name is Atanu and I'm the head of project finance for EcoPower. A couple of sentences on EcoPower. I think we are fairly well known in the region, but for those who are not very familiar with the name, we are an independent power producer and water desalter. And as a natural corollary to our base businesses, green hydrogen is a natural extension, given that green hydrogen essentially utilizes water, electrolysis of water using clean energy. And we are a major player in the clean energy space. We are, in terms of our size, we are today at a 53 gigawatt organization. And in terms on the water desalting side, we are the world's largest water desalter in the private sector. There is only one other entity which is bigger than us, and that's the government of Saudi Arabia. And inshallah, within the next year or so, we should be bigger than them, given our scale of operations. Sid was absolutely right. I think the NEOM was a cathartic experience. I think it was an amazing journey over an 18 to 24-month period. And hopefully we'll speak about it a little as we go along. Thanks.
Hi everyone, my name is Guido. I'm responsible for the energy and the natural resources sector within FAB. Basically, we cover our client activities in the oil and gas space, new energy space, but also the power and renewable space. And we were extremely pleased to basically support the two partnering crimes with their NEOM green hydrogen project, which gained a lot of knowledge to the bank, which hopefully position us to be one of the front runners in this field.
Thank you, gentlemen. So I think, as you guys can recognize, we have a very good set of views around. So we'll hop straight into the questioning. So I think to start with, in more of a scene-setting role, I think for the audience, it'd be great to just hear a little bit more about the role of hydrogen, the role that we expect and intend hydrogen to play in decarbonizing economies, and also the CO2 reduction potential that it holds. And maybe Sid, would be a good place to start with yourself.
No, terrific question, Carl. And I really appreciate you starting the conversation with where we are today and where we're headed strategically. Air Products today is the largest producer of hydrogen. We started the business about 65 years ago, including putting NASA and its rockets to the moon in the early 50s. So we've got a long pedigree of moving hydrogen. Today, as the largest producer globally, we produce over 10,000 tons of hydrogen that we move in pipelines in a gaseous form or as liquid in trucks to varied industries. Now, when it comes to hydrogen, if someone asks themselves the question, why is Air Products or why is the rest of the world looking to do what we are? And I think the fundamental answer is the world needs more energy, and it's seeking that in the form of a lower carbon footprint. I think that's the fundamental direction. There's a general consensus behind it. The way different regions go about doing that is slightly different. But I think, if you think of two ways you can sort of help decarbonize the world, one is electrification with renewable energy. There are several applications where you produce renewable energy and consume it, but there are still many, many applications in the world where that's either impractical or not feasible. And the few places where we're really excited, given our long-standing pedigree in hydrogen, is if you think of three fundamental places you'd see hydrogen being used. One is as a fuel, and that would go to decarbonize hard-to-abate sectors like heavy transport, trucks, trains, including shipping, and airplanes down the road. The other one would be hydrogen, where it's used today in its traditional form as a feedstock, and that goes into refining, petrochemicals, chemicals, new applications like steel, cement, including glass manufacturing. And then lastly, hydrogen as an energy substitute. And this could be a game changer, which is where hydrogen is used as an energy source in lieu of natural gas or coal or other derivatives in power generation, industrial applications as well. And I know the conversation here is about hydrogen, but including our NEOM project, we actually transport green ammonia there. So there are other derivatives of hydrogen which would be a big player in decarbonizing sectors. One would be sustainable aviation fuel. And to put things in perspective, today a single barrel of sustainable aviation fuel requires probably 3 to 4 times more hydrogen than a traditional barrel of fuel. So that's another place where we see a big demand for hydrogen, and then ammonia being blended into coal assets, especially in the Far East, where coal is a large piece of the power generation profile.
Well, thank you very much. And I think staying still on the topic of hydrogen itself at the moment, we are, I think, predominantly going to be speaking today about green hydrogen. But of course, there are multiples of ways of producing hydrogen. And one of the other dominating factors that we do see, and you guys are obviously involved in this in the US as well, is the role of blue hydrogen. So maybe Guido, it'd be good to kind of hear from your perspective. We heard a lot there from Air Products and their role as a provider of the molecule. We see that the oil and gas majors globally are heavily involved in the evolution of the hydrogen economy, specifically on both the blue and the green side. But what role do you see that they have to play here as the infrastructure owners or fundamentally the energy providers of the future?
Well, look, I think blue hydrogen will play an important role to decarbonize, the sector as well. I think one of the things, and basically, blue hydrogen is hydrogen, grey hydrogen production with a carbon capture facility on top of that. I naturally believe that carbon capture is an extremely important technology also to decarbonize the pathways for the oil and gas clients. Right? It's the same like, for instance, nature-based solutions. Carbon capture immediately decarbonize certain programs, certain sectors, which is extremely important, and it's a quick win. So I believe that blue hydrogen together with green hydrogen will be an extremely important part for oil and gas clients to decarbonize their processes.
Okay. And I think, moving on this in terms of, one of the reasons I think we see blue hydrogen quite prominently in the market today is on the cost of the molecule. SMRs are a very well-known technology. You have new versions of autothermal reforming now coming into the market. And again, the price points are somewhat smaller. But I think maybe good to hear from a few of the panel on what we see as the evolution in cost. Because I think the evolution in cost in blue hydrogen will be a somewhat smaller trajectory because it's big capital-intensive equipment. There's not as much room for that price to come down. But on the green hydrogen side, what do we envisage that evolution of both technology and deployment is going to really have on the impact on the the dollar per kilogram number? And maybe Mark, this might be a good question for you to pick up.
Yeah. Well, green hydrogen is often a bit compared to, or the development of the cost of green hydrogen is a bit compared to the cost curve of solar PV. And in 2010, it was about beyond $2 per kilowatt for solar panels. Now the price is substantially below 20 cents. That's 90 to 95% reduction. If I look at an electrolyzer, there's still a lot of metal. There's different kinds of metal, and maybe we could potentially use less material or slightly cheaper material, but I don't see how we could potentially have a 90 to 95% reduction in cost. Then the actual electrolyzer stack is only about maybe 30% of the capex. The rest is balance of plant, cooling, tubes, pipes, compressors, rectifiers, buildings. There wouldn't be too much of a decrease for that. Then ammonia plants we have been building for quite a long time and at a large scale as well. Not sure that there would be a lot of reduction there. We have inflation as well. On the clean energy side, there could be maybe a little bit of reduction still, but we have already come a long way. The area where I see price reductions could potentially come from is in the load factor of the electrolyzer. Because currently we're still a bit hampered by the intermittency of renewable energy. So if we find cheaper ways how to store electricity, then that could increase the load factor and lead to a further reduction in the cost of hydrogen. Now, one way that could potentially happen, and that's a bit of my personal view, is through electric vehicles. Because once everybody has electric vehicle, in the UAE you would have something like 3 million electric vehicles. Each one has a battery of about 100 kilowatt hours. That's 300 gigawatt hours in a small country like the UAE. If then parking places have smart chargers, I could potentially. Oh, sorry. I hope you heard what I said, but. Okay. Yeah. So if then parking places have smart chargers, you could potentially use your car as an electricity trader and kind of smoothening a bit the load of renewable energy. That could potentially lead to a further decrease as well. But overall, I don't really see how we could have the same kind of reduction in cost on green hydrogen as what we see on the renewable side. And it's important that it's also that people start realizing that, because we had a lot of reports from consultants that were promising very low cost of hydrogen, going down to $2 per kilo. Some even were claiming you can reach $1 per kilo within the next 10, 15 years. And if now I want to build a green hydrogen project, I want to invest $2, $3, $4 billion, I need an off-taker. And the current cost I can achieve is X, which is substantially higher than 2. If all the off-takers think that in 10 years you can get green hydrogen for a fraction of that price, it will be very difficult to get a long-term off-take. It will be very difficult to finance these projects.
It was interesting to hear that view as well on the off-taker. And I'm wondering if anybody on the panel would also maybe like to pass comment on the impact that that has on the financing community in terms of, you know, how do you want to approach these early projects when you know that the price is high? So, not sure if anyone would like to.
Yeah, maybe I can take a short crack at that. Absolutely right. I think if you look at, and perhaps we'll spend a little bit of time on the financing part of the NEOM project a little later, but one of the reasons why we sort of managed to get it done at an accelerated pace and managed to get it project financed on very competitive terms was the fact that we had a very, very credible off-taker, right? And Sid was here, and Air Products actually took on that role. And the presence of Air Products as a credible off-taker, given the credit rating, really put a stamp of authenticity to the whole project, and that's how we sort of managed to finance it. As a developer who's primarily comes from the IPP background, our business model essentially is using a firm offtake, right? And I think that's one of the key challenges for us to be able to continually finance green hydrogen projects going forward is a finding of a credible off-taker, right? And I think over a period of time, I suspect the off-take parameters will change from the framework that we had here to a more of an off-take parameter that you see or used to see, for instance, in the mid-2000s, Qatar gas LNG projects, right, with firm off-takes from the likes of ExxonMobil, but then where there is a credible off-taker which makes it bankable, but there are certain risks which are also embedded in those off-takes which make certain, the bankability structures a little different from what we actually obtained for the NEOM green hydrogen project. Yeah.
And I think maybe to follow up, Atano, with an additional question directed to you here. When we think about developing these projects, what advantages do you believe that the region has here versus, say, the United States or maybe Europe, which are some of the other kind of early movers into the space? Be great to hear a few views there.
Sure. Look, I think we are extremely blessed. I think the Middle East, as far as green hydrogen and ability to put in place very, very competitively structured projects. I think this region is blessed with sunshine. This region, in some parts of the region, is blessed with wind resources, which are akin or which are equal to the best in the world, right? So I think I suspect Mark actually touched upon this a little in his previous comments where he spoke about the capital cost component for an integrated green hydrogen project. If you look at the capital cost component for a green hydrogen project, as a thumb rule, roughly around 60 to 70% is essentially what you call the electric elements or the power elements, which is essentially the green energy generation, the transmission system if required, and the battery storage facilities which feeds into the electrolyzer. So around 60-70% is that part of the business. And in that part of the business, this region is extremely competitive. First of all, I think we are in a region, and I can use Saudi Arabia as an example, given that's a home market, is a highly rated country. It's rated high investment grade. Attracting financing in this part of the world is really much more easier than doing it in a sub-investment grade country. So on the power side, we can put in place power projects of extremely large sizes. Last week, we did a 4.5 gigawatt project, which is going to be the norm going forward. Closing a 4.5 gigawatt solar PV in one shot is something that is going to be the norm in Kingdom and places even like Abu Dhabi, for instance. So I think this region is extremely blessed with solar resources, wind resources, ability to attract very competitive financing, which puts us in a very unique position. And it is not just the GCC. If you go a little bit wider, if you go to Egypt, if you go to North Africa, go to Tunisia, go to Morocco, similar solar resources and wind resources, in fact, even better solar resources and wind resources are available for us. So I think the MENA region per se is extremely blessed from that perspective. The key area is putting in place the offtake, putting in place the cost of the transportation, and also, as we go along, evolution of the technology on the electrolyzer side. PEM coming in on utility scale, more efficient electrolyzers, from a 60% capacity factor utilization on the electrolyzer, maybe if you can push it up to 80%, that's where the real cost competitiveness will come in.
And maybe invite you, Jeffrey, to maybe add to that a little bit with, what are the advantages that you see from your side, from the regulatory, from the policy, from the finances?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's the region is clearly blessed, right? Lots of renewables, good proximity to future demand centers. low cost of capital, plenty of available land for renewable resources, lots of benefits. We've talked, though, about the key about offtake, right? And for those of you who don't know, offtake is the person who's buying the hydrogen, right? Someone who's actually going to commit to buy hydrogen for 10 or 15 years into the future. When we look at the trade dynamics or the forecast trade dynamics of hydrogen, there's this expectation in the market that Europe is going to just hoover up all of this hydrogen that's going to be produced here in the Middle East. And it's going to be a European offtaker that kind of guarantees the long-term viability of a project here in the Middle East. I think we need to interrogate that a little bit, because in order for an offtaker in Europe to really be confident that they want to buy hydrogen from here, we have to get the hydrogen from here to there first, right? And it's not like you can put hydrogen on a ship and ship it across the ocean like you can with LNG. Hydrogen is very challenging to move around the world. There are solutions. You can turn it into ammonia, right? And ship ammonia somewhere else, and then kind of crack the ammonia in the place that it arrives. But you're incurring a huge energy penalty for doing that. You lose 30% of the energy making hydrogen into ammonia. You put it on a boat, send it across the world. You lose a bunch of power doing that. And then you get it to your intake terminal, you crack ammonia again into hydrogen, lose another 30%. So from the 100% renewable wind power or solar power that you've taken from this region, you convert it into hydrogen, then you lose 3/4 of the energy value moving it from here to Europe. I don't see that right now as being a super viable long-term opportunity for guaranteeing offtake in these destination markets. I think we can ship ammonia for ammonia's sake, that's fine. I think what we may want to do is recognize that in this region, it's not just the raw materials export that we should be focusing on here. I see hydrogen as being more of an industrial strategy decarbonization linchpin, okay? You can use hydrogen here in the region to diversify economically. You can bring iron ore into the country, reduce it with hydrogen in a low carbon way, and produce green steel, and ship that steel to Germany. Why ship the hydrogen so Germans can make steel with it when you can make the steel here at home? I think we can look at that for low carbon fertilizers with ammonia. I think we can look at ways to use hydrogen domestically that actually creates long-term value for this country and diversifies the economy right here. I don't think the Middle East needs to become the oil well of the world for the future. And the margins on hydrogen aren't going to be like the margins you see on oil, okay? You can't get an $85 spread on a kilogram of hydrogen like you can on a barrel of oil when it's being shipped from Saudi. So I think we need to look at hydrogen in this region as being a key driver for domestic decarbonization. I think we need to understand that off-takers are going to be right here on our front door. And it's these people in this country that are going to be the ones, at least in the medium term, that power the hydrogen economy here in the UAE and Saudi and more broadly.
Thank you. So I guess listening there, the market, the value chain, there's a lot of complexity. So maybe Mark, coming back to more of a developer's perspective, but how do these challenges sort of really impact your approach to projects in terms of when it comes to attracting finances? How do you look to try and get through or get past these challenges in terms of a typical project development approach, because we are operating in a relatively nascent market?
Well, I mean, for financing, we do need an offtake. Now, I mean, a big part is also government who needs to step in. Like, for example, Japan and Korea developing CFD schemes. And I mean, I understand your point about using hydrogen directly because it's a bit of a shame converting it, losing a lot of the energy. I mean, you can liquefy it, but it doesn't change much. It's about a similar kind of loss that you have there. But on the other hand, I mean, you also have in Europe places where electricity just is a lot more expensive. Okay, you have places like maybe Spain where it's still relatively cheap. So maybe one solution for Europe would be to produce hydrogen in Spain and ship it to the pipeline network. Now, the pipeline network also has its challenges. I mean, we don't know exactly when it will be finished. In the meantime, there is a need for decarbonization. And if I look at the electricity price in Germany versus the electricity price here, there's quite a big gap. And even if I lose 75%, the multiplier is still more than 4. And so yeah, I mean, but having said, I mean, what's the impact on financing? I mean, in the end, we need to find an off-taker that can be through government support. And I think it makes sense that somehow government supports it, because we can't, I mean, governments have made pledges for decarbonization. We can't now expect private companies to pick up the tab now. And because, I mean, we all live in the same world. We all need this planet to stay inhabitable. And so if it's just from the consumer side, then maybe I'm interested in buying a car that's made with green steel. Maybe my neighbor is not interested in it. So I pay a premium. If my neighbor doesn't pay the same premium, it doesn't work. So there is a need for regulation through penalties and to subsidies.
Maybe I'll just add one thing. I'd agree entirely with what Mark and Jeff said. I'll highlight 3 things. Today, Air Products is the largest producer of hydrogen. Like Atanu said, we are the only ones who've actually given someone an offtake and gotten the project done. So I think we've got some very unique perspectives to share. Today, the industrial gas oligopoly is only 3 companies in the world. It's a German, French, and us. And there's a reason for that. There are a lot of barriers to entry. So I think everything that Jeff mentioned is absolutely true. But if you've got a host of patents and technological know-how, you can crack that code, which is why we're doing NEOM, right? We can make the hydrogen incredibly cheap, ship it, and we've got technology to disassociate it, where the energy losses, I know Jeff said, it's 25 to 40% usually. We've cracked that code to bring it into the single digits. And separately, for shipping hydrogen, we control 90% of that market with our ISO containers. So I think we've got a very good sense of what it takes to move hydrogen in its traditional form or into ammonia and bring it in. But I think it is a challenge for the industry. The one other thing I'd say is, look, I think the globe needs to get used to energy, especially low carbon molecules being shipped geographically. It happens today with oil. It happens with LNG. You just got to make sure the value chains can support it, and green hydrogen is going to be the way it gets moved. Like Mark mentioned, NEOM, we can produce power for less than $15 a megawatt hour, right? With the energy crisis in Europe today, Europe pays in excess of $150 a megawatt hour. So you can see a localized electrolyzer solution will never be able to compete with product coming out of the Middle East. So I think just putting some of those things in perspective, great points being raised, but there are paths forward to cracking the code.
Yeah, maybe I can respond to that as well. So look, I think we need to probably learn from history as well. And if we had, let's say, 15, 20 years ago, when we had the first offshore wind deals, this was based on CFD regimes, which were, greatly successful. And basically, renewables are now, cheaper than basically conventional power generation. So probably that is one. And that required, indeed, government support. I think the governments, whether it's in Europe, the US, whether it's here, they're all, I think, very much willing to support these kind of projects. So probably, we're fine there. I think where probably my biggest concern is at this stage is really the project-on-project risk. Right? We really, and I don't believe that it is from a technical point of view, extremely difficult to set up a hydrogen plant. So I think on the demand side, or on the supply side, we're fine. It's more the demand where my question mark sits. But also, and taking that into account, we can build the facilities here in the region, but then it should be shipped. Then it will land in a port either in Europe, Korea, or Japan, or wherever. And then it should go to the end consumer, right? And basically to construct a pipeline, for instance, in Europe, that will take years and years, right, to build it, but also to get the permitting and licensing in place. While a CFG to get that through cabinet, that's the easy bit. So I think probably we need to work hand in hand also with governments to also make sure that all the other projects outside the production of hydrogen will materialize.
Okay, I think now's probably going to be a good time to maybe pause a little bit on that.
Just one point to add to that, and I think it's a segue to what Jeffrey sort of mentioned when Guido mentioned demand, and Jeffrey mentioned the utilization of the green hydrogen within the region itself. Just to add on to that, I think we should not take it for granted that the green hydrogen that will be produced in the region will be used elsewhere and taken out through a vector like green ammonia. I think there is a pathway to actually utilizing the hydrogen within, or the green hydrogen within the geographies that it's being produced. I think I can give one example, and although as a use case, although it's not there right now on the ground, but I'm 100% sure it will be evolved as we go forward over the next couple of years. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has made a public statement that by 2030, 50% of their energy requirements will be renewables, and the balance 50% will be gas, right? Today, if you look at the Saudi fleet, bulk of their fleet is still burning crude, and those have to be decommissioned, right? So for us as an organization, we're looking at the gas space as part of the decarbonization strategy, as part of the energy transition, especially for the kingdom. So as we go forward, I think we will see the utilization of hydrogen itself, right, to burn CCGTs or gas turbines. You know, the future procurements that will come within the kingdom will come with explicit requirements that the machines that you put in place has to be able to burn hydrogen in association to burning natural gas. And as and when the technology evolves, we stop burning gas completely and go completely to hydrogen. So there is a pathway to actually use hydrogen to burn gas assets, to burn gas CCGTs, and these will act as a base load as part of the country's baseload program. There are many ways to skin that cat. I think, as an example, Abu Dhabi has taken the nuclear route to develop a baseload plan through the Al Baraka plant to provide a baseload. As at the moment, other countries are still working on it, but I think in Saudi there will be a clear pathway that at point of time gas will provide 50% of the baseload of the energy requirements and meet bulk of the baseload requirements, and the plants should be able to burn hydrogen.
If I can just jump in there, it's interesting perspective. I think it's important to recall that, you know, hydrogen isn't an energy source, right? It's not an energy source. It's a energy carrier. So you produce energy, and then you make hydrogen out of that energy. You build solar and wind, and then you make green hydrogen. You dig up gas and separate the carbon off of it, and then you've got hydrogen. So hydrogen isn't an energy source, okay? It's an energy carrier. And when we look at the future kind of forecasts for the amount of energy that hydrogen is going to require, it's vast, right? The estimates are 14 to 25% of all energy used by 2050 is going to be used to make hydrogen. 25% of all energy used to make hydrogen, this molecule, it's a huge amount of energy. And that requires, if it's renewable, a huge amount of space. I mean, Saudi's big, but I mean, Europe isn't. And this is one of the reasons why we're importing all this hydrogen into Europe, or that's what the forecast is. I think you're right that there is definitely a hydrogen compatibility requirement for gas turbines. I personally think hydrogen's so precious, right? You need to use it for where it's almost impossible to provide whatever service you're trying to achieve in any other way. So shipping, aviation, heavy industry, really high heat, these are things that it makes sense to use hydrogen for. Home heating, in my opinion, I mean, balancing for gas plants maybe, but batteries do the job, right? You can get long-term storage for batteries and smooth out a grid. I think, you know, generating hundreds of megawatts of electricity to produce a few megawatts of hydrogen to burn it in a gas plant doesn't make a lot of sense from an energy balance perspective for me. In an emergency situation, fine. For seasonal storage, okay. But I think we really need to look at this resource as something very, very precious and something to be used only when there are no other alternatives. And let's be clear, like, the hydrogen economy isn't here because hydrogen's a great molecule to use in industry and ships and aviation. It's here because we really need to decarbonize the economy, and there's no other way to decarbonize some of these sectors right now cost effectively except for hydrogen. So, like, hydrogen economy's only really gotten going in the last few years because climate change. We're here at COP28, right? Climate change is a huge issue. If it wasn't for the climate, we wouldn't be turning to hydrogen to power any of these areas. Now, I want the hydrogen economy to materialize. I think it's important, but I think we really need to be quite careful about what kind of capital we invest today that locks us into a hydrogen future in a certain direction, because land isn't infinite, and the cost of hydrogen is high. So let's make sure we look at the whole energy balance in a way that that makes the most sense.
Okay, so I think before we kind of hop back to a little bit of and maybe hear a little bit more about NEOM and some of the successes and how we think unfolding, this feels like maybe a good time to just sort of pause and reflect a little bit on the role that governments have to play here, because there are significant challenges which can be unlocked by governments, and I think we've heard a little bit about the contract for difference schemes and how successful they have been for wind and solar. And we're now seeing contract for difference schemes in the UK and in Japan and Korea being proposed for hydrogen, both production and for usage of that. So maybe Guido, if you'd like to kind of start us off here, it's kind of like we think about sort of that supply and that demand kind of conundrum. How can we kind of kickstart that kind of government-to-government interaction that starts to establish these supply chains, but also gets the market moving at a reasonable cost?
Yeah, look, I believe in general we're also looking too much to the governments, right? I think it's really an interplay between government, let's say, a responsibility for the government, but also the government of the responsibilities of financial institutions and industry players. So I think in that sense, we should create a certain ecosystem where basically the three parties will work together. But in general, I think if we look to the role of government, it's for me it's really threefold. It's first we need to create corridors. I think we probably need to start slowly. And for instance, that will mean that you have government-to-government agreements between Germany and the UAE, right? What is currently being rolled out. To mitigate what I indicated earlier, the project-on-project risk. So it's corridors, it's basically mitigating project-on-project risk, and it's indeed the subsidy scheme which you indicated. But again, I don't believe that it is solely the government. I think it's also financial institutions who require to play a role. It's also the industry players. Who potentially need to put a bit more equity into play to get this going. So it's really an interaction between all stakeholders.
Okay, so I think maybe now, given that we have two of the three organizations involved in the room, maybe we can spend a few minutes now hearing about the first major green hydrogen project that has taken FID in terms of NEOM. So I mean, Atano, great to kind of hear from your perspectives and then also yours, Sid, as well. How did you guys pull this off? What were the kind of key building blocks that needed to come into place to make this project a reality?
Look, I have a very fundamental point on as a project financier. To my mind, any project can be financed, right? But it's the quality of the financing which matters, right? You can finance it in the debt equity or not 80-20. You can finance it in debt equity of 20-80. But it will be financed, but it's a function of the quality of the financing. So I think I'll also let sort of Sid add to it, but I think there are two fundamental building blocks, right, which sort of made NEOM tick. The first one is that the fact of the matter is that we are an offtake, a long-term offtake with a credible offtaker. That's one. The second part which sort of made it work was that we had a sponsor group which brought a lot of value to the project. Just to give a perspective, it was an integrated project, right? It integrated everything. It integrated the power elements, it integrated the hydrogen elements, and the hydrogen elements essentially being the electrolyzer, because we are using shipping ammonia, an air separation unit, and an ammonia loop. So if you look at the downstream part of it, I think Air Products brought the maximum value to the table. I mean, as Sid mentioned, they're one of the world's largest industrial gases company. They operate the world's largest air separation unit in the kingdom. This air separation unit is a piddly one compared to that particular air separation unit. Ammonia loops, I mean, the biggest ammonia loops, are operated by Air Products, right? On the power side, I think we brought to the table our experience on renewable energy. I mean, today we are like out of our 53 gigawatts that we have, around 45% is actually renewables, right? So this project has around 4 gigawatts of renewables. So two very credible technical partners, plus we're the third partner, which is NEOM, who provided the sort of the fundamental building block for the full project, which is essentially the land. I mean, it has been mentioned very clearly that to get 4 gigawatts of renewables, you need significant access to land, right of usage of the land, and because the land is in discrete parcels, you need the interconnect facilities also. And I think NEOM, as the incumbent, provided a lot of value from that perspective. So bringing in place 3 credible kind of sponsors, each with a 1/3 ownership, and the credible off-taker, I think a lot of the issues got resolved. Then the second element, which I think, and I'll just highlight this and I'll let sort of Sid then add on to it, is that ACCO Power's business model is the long-term contracted capacity business model, right? And we work on the principle of project finance on a non-recourse basis with extremely long tenors and extremely sharp coverage ratios. So the way we structured the project, we wanted to do something which essentially meant that we are not doing an oil and gas project with a 50-50 debt equity or an LNG project, but we are doing something which is utility-like, right? So I think the structuring aspect and also attract a quality of and a kind of liquidity which sort of very comfortable with a utility-like IPP financing in the region. So if the oil and gas project is 0, from a scale of 0 to 1, where 1 is a traditional Kingdom of Saudi Arabia or an Abu Dhabi IPP, I think we are at 0.7 of that, right? Which enabled us to attract a kind of liquidity, and banks got very comfortable with the framework that they put in place. I'll pause here and let sort of Sid add on to that.
So this brings back, I guess, good but painful memories as well. We were just joking about this earlier. I think in the 2-year period when we did NEOM, I think Atano at some point was ahead of my wife on speed dial as we were structuring and putting that transaction together. But look, I think Atano has been incredibly humble here, like he always is. But just taking a step back, banks are creatures of habit, right? And what I mean by that is banks play a very critical role in how this entire ecosystem works. But there are many variables along the way that need to add for that entire equation to work. Now, for us, as the first green hydrogen project, there was no precedent that any bank could look at. So I think, the key was making this project more bankable. Atanu, very articulately mentioned 3 credible sponsors with a great track record and with, the certainty and credibility that the equity would be there when it's needed, gave banks a lot of comfort. Dissecting and breaking down the technology risk in the project across its various components was another big piece of the puzzle. But I think the biggest thing is putting together projects where there's the right economic value proposition, but also very clear and well-defined risk allocation frameworks, right? And as part of the risk allocation framework, as the EPC, we brought a lot of value there given our track record and the offtake. But, the offtake, we wouldn't have the faith in the offtake if global and local regulatory and policy support wasn't there, right? And I think Guido brought this up earlier. If you think of the energy transitions that we've witnessed over the last 150 years, when we went from wood to coal to oil, all those were driven where if you found a more cleaner, more efficient way of producing energy, people moved. Today's energy transition, and jogging our memory back to 20 years, Guido mentioned offshore wind, have not been driven by economics. They're driven by public policy. And globally, the world, you can put an easy carbon tax and everything would work efficiently, but tax is perceived very differently in different regions of the world. So you need a combination of sticks and carrots, right? And I think Europe, Jeff brought this up a couple of times as well, is Europe's taken the approach of they've got a whole alphabet soup of subsidies and regulatory frameworks, but they've got a combination of sticks and carrots where the demand is being driven by regulation and they're giving people incentives along the way for consumers. But other regions are throwing giant carrots at people, right? And I think for us as an off-taker, what gave us comfort in providing a 30-year offtake here was, putting this entire puzzle together with our partners who bring a lot of value in different ways. And I think the location, being a first mover, matters, right? Because now with different people in Europe looking, and Jeff brought this up as well, is there are a lot of geopolitical implications here. If a ThyssenKrupp chooses to leave Germany and set up an asset here, deindustrialization is a big deal in Europe. So I think, and we've learned our lessons with what's going on with China and reshoring supply chains with what's Russia done to Europe. So I think you've got to have a healthy balance, and the balance is this, right? Today we're trying to drive energy transition forward to address climate change, but at the same time, we've got to safeguard our global energy security at the same time, right? That's one of the most critical policy issues. So I'm digressing, but I think it takes a village, because the sphere of stakeholders that are involved in this is just not the 3 sponsors. There were 23 project finance banks, and FAB played that role fairly flawlessly, right, supporting us and being constructive. But I think it takes 2, or in this case, it takes a dozen plus people to tango to make this all work. And I think everyone added value at the right point to make it all happen.
Okay.
Just one more point to add to that. I think from our perspective, I think one of the ways that we looked at it was to try to put in place a framework for the financing, which is a replicable framework. It's not a one-off, right? We wanted to do something which is replicable. And just to add on to that, I think last week we had a groundbreaking for our second green hydrogen project in Uzbekistan. And actually, we have replicated the same structure. But albeit it is a project that is like 1/100th the scale of NEOM, right? So it's a proof of concept for us to be able to replicate it in a sub-investment grade jurisdiction. So we are, I think, should be, inshallah, in the new year, announcing a financial closing for that, which is pretty much similarly structured, albeit it is so small that it's a rounding figure when you see the scale of the NEOM project. But for us, as I said, proof of concept, maybe we can sort of replicate it other parts of the world, especially in sub-investment grade jurisdictions.
Okay, thank you. So Jeffrey, maybe putting your hat back on here, what is the kind of key gaps right around this financing? What are the other regional examples do we see? Is it coordination? Is it risk? What are you typically kind of seeing evolve?
Yeah, it's important to put a figure on this as well. So when we look to 2030, right, to be consistent with net zero by 2030, the International Energy Agency forecast that we need to invest $1.2 trillion into hydrogen, okay? The kind of best guess for what we're going to achieve is 500 million, so 40% of 1.2 trillion. And last I checked in October, we had reached final investment decision, which means it's definitely going forward, 29 billion. So 29 billion is what's actually happened. 500 billion is what maybe will happen. 1.2 trillion is what we need. And that's in the next 6 years. Okay, so just to put this is the reality of the financing situation right now. It's not great. So and that's just a fraction. When you look to 2050, we're looking at $10 trillion of investment that's needed. Okay, 10 trillion by 2050. In renewables, you need 22.5 trillion. So it's like half of the investment of totally transforming the energy sector just on hydrogen. So we're talking about big money here. Okay. What's worked? There's a couple of things that have worked. One I think is we were talking about this earlier. There's a model in Germany called H2 Global, really elegant model. It essentially has the government playing a kind of buyer role in the middle of the pie here. You've got people who bid in with the highest willingness to pay. They say, I'm willing to pay $1 a kilogram for hydrogen. Then you have producers on the other side say, you know what, I can only sell this to you at $6 a kilogram. And the government says, fine, I'll pay that $5 difference, I'll pay that subsidy cost, I'm gonna connect a producer to a consumer, I'm gonna kickstart this market, and that's how that model works, right? It overcomes this gap between willingness to pay and the production price, and it facilitates a market. Very clever model, I think one that could be applied all over the place. Another really useful regional model is Hydrome. This is in Oman. Hydrome is kind of like a government entity that facilitates all the things you need to make the hydrogen economy work, right? So they're auctioning off parcels of land to build renewables. They're supporting with the infrastructure development in between pipes and wires. They're building a new port. They're doing all kinds of licensing, permitting. They're really a one-stop shop for anyone who wants to do anything about hydrogen in Oman. They go to Hydrome, like Hydrogen Oman, Hydrome. Great idea. We've seen also, as was mentioned, a really strong coalition of countries that have been able to, coalition of companies within these countries that have been able to advance hydrogen. And you may want to talk about this yourself, but Masdar is an example that's again doing a really good job of this. There's a clear distinction between Masdar, ADNOC, Taka, Mubadala, right? These are big names. So Masdar, obviously green power, green hydrogen. ADNOC is great at pipes and storage. Taka produces the wires that connect renewable energy to the hydrogen facilities. And you've got Mubadala, which has deep pockets and can fund the whole thing. And then you've got Emirates Global Aluminum, which is retooling their factory to be a solid off-taker. So, and who do all these companies report to? They're all state-owned companies, right? So this is a really conducive environment for kickstarting this market in a big way domestically. And it's the same in Saudi, it's the same in Oman. So I think the region has a lot of potential here. But as I mentioned, the gap between where we're at in terms of financing and final investment decision, where we hope to get to and where we really need to get to reach net zero is quite vast. And I think that in this region, it's a model that is definitely applicable here and can hopefully be applied elsewhere as well.
And I think maybe Guido, coming back to you here, and pushing this back onto more of the private sector side, banking's role here. Many banks now have net zero goals, sustainable development goals. What other unlocks are required, or what role do you see that banks have to play more of in this ecosystem to really drive things forward?
Well, obviously, I think the numbers are really staggering, right? We require 10 trillion, to support in the hydrogen business. So whether it's institutional investors, banks, ECAs, governments, and everyone needs to play a role. So I think our first and foremost goal is really to support that transition. But what I would like to add to this as well is that it's still a very nascent business, right? It's a new business, and like all the my esteemed panelists, they're already working with hydrogen for years and years, and for banks it's actually pretty new, right? So we really need to learn from you guys as well to really get up to speed. So I think the capital is there. There's sufficient liquidity in the market to support the transition. But banks need to follow you. Banks need to learn from you in order to make that liquidity also available for the projects to come.
Okay, and thinking about one of the kind of things that's around now in terms of green bonds, and Mark would be kind of keen to hear your view on how these can start to impact the market and how these a green bond can in terms really kickstart a project.
Yeah, I mean green bonds are a great way of tapping additional liquidity over and above what is in the banking market. I would say for a specific project it's a little difficult to use a bond because in general bond investors do not like the construction risk. And also it's just because a bond normally comes in one shot while a project requires the cash normally over 2-3 year period. However, bonds can be a good way to refinance projects, to reduce the interest costs, to increase a bit the leverage, and also for developers to finance themselves. And Masdar, for example, has issued a very successful, had made a very successful green bond issuance earlier this year. Was heavily oversubscribed, and so the money of this bond would effectively be used then for renewable projects, but more on the equity side. But green bonds is definitely a good way for developers to refinance themselves.
If I may, sorry. No, if just to add on to that, look, it sort of it's a good segue to one of my pet peeves for the entire region is how do we get capital markets on the project finance space, right? I think there have been very few of capital market issuances on project bonds in the region. Mark sort of alluded to the perspective that you cannot finance green fields. Okay, technically you can, but you cannot finance green fields in general using bonds because of the utilization factors, and the fact that the construction period is typically around 3.5 years or so. So one of the things that I wanted to sort of highlight is that, look, I think there has to be a bit of support from the entire ecosystem. So to structure the procurements, etc., in a way which facilitates a takeout in the capital markets. And I have to say that Abu Dhabi has sort of pioneered this, and now I think the kingdom is also going down that route. But what I wanted to sort of highlight is that when sort of Guido alluded to the liquidity available to finance this in the bank market, I'm a bit worried and skeptical that perhaps for the next 2 to 3 years, if you look at the scale of the projects, that liquidity is available in the banking market. But at some point of time, we really need to accelerate the issuance of capital market instruments to take out the bank liquidity and put it in the capital markets, which is the true place where project finance actually belongs. Put in place permanent capital so that you can rotate capital and get bank finance and banks to do projects and do it. And they're the right places to take, right institutions to take the construction risk, right? The other thing, which is again a pet peeve for me, is more like the role of, and I'm going a bit outside of our comfort zone of investment grade countries, is essentially in sub-investment grade countries where project financing per se is being driven by DFIs and MDBs per se. And I think that's where the MDBs and the DFIs have been a bit behind the curve. They're looking very focused on capital formation, funding of greenfield projects, but they completely disappear when it comes to rotating capital and taking out the greenfield financing that they put in place because they feel, oh, there's no capital formation happening, it's not in our mandate. But I think that's where I think we should see, especially in those kind of countries, we should see, and I think we should focus on getting these MDBs to put in place structures and products which enable them to actually facilitate a takeout in the capital markets. Whether it's in the form of credit enhancements or takeout financing, I don't really know, and I don't really know how it will pan out, but I think we should really focus on that and get MDBs working on that. Bulk of the places where I think some of the green hydrogen projects will come over the next few years might be in sub-investment grade countries. And people like Namibia, people in Namibia or South Africa are looking at green hydrogen projects. And those are sub-investment grade countries. They're not going to attract the kind of liquidity that NEOM attracted. 23 banks with an oversubscription, which was like $10 billion instead of the $6 billion that you actually needed. So it's a pet peeve for me. It's something that I'm very focused on. As an institution, we're very focused on. And we are engaged in detailed discussions with all the MDBs and the DFIs. But as of today, very little traction.
So just building on both the comments made, especially echoing what Mark said, right? So I think globally, banks and asset allocators today have been given very strategic and specific goals to mobilize hundreds of billions in sustainable finance by 2030. But I think there are a couple of things, and we, like Mark mentioned, we raised $1.5 billion in earlier this year. We were the first company that put a green finance framework blessed by Sustainalytics as well. And it was a $1.5 billion transaction. We were more than 5 times oversubscribed. But I think just teasing out a couple of other themes that Guido mentioned and Atanu as well is, I think the gap today is education, institutional history with new technologies and getting comfortable with that, right? And then just putting things in perspective, everyone's got big goals. And I think Jeff mentioned this, NEOM produces 225,000 tons of hydrogen a year. Under H2 Global, Renew EU, their targets for locally and for imported green hydrogen are 20 million. So that means the world needs 160 NEOMs by 2030. So, we are all hoping we get there, but, there's still some big gaps that I think as we go through sessions like this, educating people will hopefully build the courage of conviction in making that big step forward for offtakes and other things that you need. And I think constantly you need strong and consistent public policy signals to keep, it's baby steps, right? One step over the other. So.
Oh, very good. Okay, so we are about on time, about to kind of close out. So I think the panelists today have really give a good cross-value chain view, all the way from financing to the public policy side, and, hearing developers as well in terms of their pain points, how they're needing to set up projects. And I think it's clear that there needs to be a lot of government, a lot of kind of cross-value chain collaboration, and there's a real key role in kind of providing all of that for a developer. So I think in the interest of time, I ask the audience to kind of join me in thanking our guests here today and give them a round of applause. And from my side, just like to thank you all again. I thought that was a really well-informed session, and I think there's lots to do and lots to build on. And I'm sure if we were to be collecting here again, well, not maybe here, but at COP next year, hopefully we will have seen some progress on all of these metrics that we've discussed today. So thank you again.
الكثير وعلينا رد الجميل، وهو ما تلتزم به منطقتنا منذ 50 عاماً، وكان وسيبقى في مقدمة أولويات بنك أبو ظبي الأول. إنه الالتزام الذي يجعلنا رواد التمويل المستدام وشركاء العمل المناخي في المنطقة. لذا فإننا نقدم تسهيلات تقدر قيمتها بالمليارات دعماً لمشاريع ومبادرات الاستدامة، وهو ما يؤكد التزامنا بالمساهمة في بناء مستقبل أخضر للجميع. لذلك نحن اليوم شريك مؤتمر COP28 للإسهام في تحقيق هذه الأهداف، وحتى نناقش معاً سبل التحول إلى الطاقة النظيفة وتسريع التمويل المستدام والعمل يداً بيد نحو تحقيق نتائج إيجابية ملموسة على أرض الواقع. بنك أبو ظبي الأول، نطور رؤيتنا باستمرار.
Nature has always given us life. It's our duty to return the favor. A duty this region has been fulfilling for the last 50 years. And one that First Abu Dhabi Bank has been continuously committed to. It's why we are the region's pace setter in climate finance. Why we are the region's partner for climate action. Why we are facilitating billions of dirhams towards sustainable change. And why we are committed to creating a greener future for everyone. It's this sense of purpose that has inspired us to partner with COP28. Together, we will explore the energy transition, accelerate climate finance, and unite under one common goal: to take action. FAB, we always see more.
A net zero future should be a reality for everyone. First Abu Dhabi Bank believes this and is increasing its efforts to achieve it. It is the first bank in the MENA region to set financed emissions reduction targets across its highest emission sectors. Because it realizes climate change can significantly disrupt the natural, economic, and social systems on which we depend. And it can affect generations to come. Hannah Al-Rostamani, FAB's Group CEO, explains how FAB is accelerating its efforts to decarbonize its financing activities. By working with the public and private sectors, FAB is addressing the imminent threats of climate change and bringing about radical positive change with a sector-specific approach and science-based solutions. In 2023, FAB sets emissions reduction targets across 8 key sectors: agriculture, aluminium, cement, commercial real estate, steel, oil and gas, power generation, aviation. For agriculture, FAB aims to achieve a 35% to 45% reduction by 2030 by supporting our clients by financing the development of more sustainable agricultural practices, financing the decarbonization of energy and its production, supporting the development of agricultural soils as carbon sinks, accompanying transitions linked to the evolution of demand. For aluminium, FAB is targeting a reduction of 32% by 2030 and plans to achieve this target by financing the decarbonization of electricity and its production, supporting the transition to low-carbon smelters using inert anodes. Financing retrofits that increase energy efficiency and secondary production. Cement, with its highly emissive manufacturing process, contributes around 7% of global emissions. FAB aims to achieve a 25% emissions reduction by 2030 by financing retrofits that increase energy efficiency, financing the transition to low-carbon fuels in clinker production, supporting the adoption of new binders to reduce the clinker ratio, leveraging carbon capture,
Dear guests,
utilization and
please
storage.
be seated as we prepare for our next panel.
For commercial real estate, FAB aims to achieve
Dear
a
guests,
45% to 55% reduction in emissions by increasing the share of new green buildings in the portfolio, financing retrofits that improve the energy efficiency of
with the International Capital Market Association, ICMA. For those of you who don't know, we are a trade association headquartered in Switzerland, although I'm based in London. And in the sustainable finance space, we do many things, but what we're mostly known for is that we provide the secretariat for the principles, that is the green and social bond principles and sustainability-linked bond principles. And I'm very happy to have a panel with me today. I'm starting at my very outer left with also the host, Fawaz Abouznaine from FAB. He's the acting head of Global Corporate Finance. Then next is Lawrence Paramasivam, Senior Executive Director of Policy and Legal Division at the Financial Services Regulatory Authority, long name FSRA, at ADGM, Abu Dhabi Global Market. Next to him, we have Nikolaos Passaris, Head of Treasury Front Office at Majid Al Futtaim. And then to my very left, Andre Abadi, Managing Director at the Center for Carbon Transition, JP Morgan. So welcome to all of you. And the title of today's panel is obviously How to Finance a Just Transition with Sustainable Bonds. So let us dive right in. But just a word from my side. I just mentioned that we provide the Secretariat for the principles. When we talk about sustainable bonds, we mean everything. We mean green, we mean social, we mean sustainability bonds, which is a mix of green and social, and also sustainability-linked bonds. But let me start with you, Nikolaus. You represent the corporate in the region, and in 2019, MAF was the first corporate to issue a green sukuk, so basically a green bond in the region. You have since issued 4 in total, so quite experienced by now. How has your experience as an issuer been? What have you learned perhaps since the first issuance? And are you raising finance in any parts of your business for transition as well?
Yes, hi everyone, and thanks for the invitation. Simon, you're very correct. We did start our sustainable finance journey back in 2019. But to be very frank, we looked at FAB, who had already issued the first green bond back in 2017 as a case study for us to embark on this journey. I guess Majid Al Futtaim, as a family-owned, privately owned retail conglomerate in the region, was well ahead in its sustainability journey back from early 2010s. So around 2011, our board effectively empowered management to start being very serious about our CSR and sustainability functions. And we started with our real estate properties portfolio and then gradually moved on to our other operating companies, which predominantly encapsulate retail operations and entertainment. In 2019, effectively, Treasury decided to showcase to the world what the organization had been doing the past 8 years on sustainability. We did have a maturity that was due for refinancing. And after a lot of conversations with both advisors and internally within management and board, we opted to effectively obtain an ESG rating, structure and start a green financing framework, and then effectively issue our first green sukuk. It was, according to what our advisors told us, the first green benchmark sukuk in the world. There had been another green sukuk, I think, out of Asia, but not benchmark size. Generally, the investors were very, very, very open to it, and they really understood quite a bit more around what is happening in sustainability in this part of the world. And I have to say, a few years later, all I've seen is other companies trying to emulate our journey, and I'm very proud of it. I'm very proud we initiated a movement, and it has come to where it is today.
Indeed, you can be. It's good to set such an example, but also to constantly learn yourself and to further develop. Let me come to you, Andre. Transition under the principles is really a theme that can be financed through, for example, a green bond or a sustainability bond, also a SLB, sustainability-linked bond. However, it's still not fully understood. I have the feeling sometimes. What are your clients coming to you with? What kind of questions do they have? What are they struggling most with? And also, how do you engage with them for their long-term decarbonization strategy?
It's a great question, and I think the answer, as you would expect, is pretty mixed. Depending on the jurisdiction, depending on the sector, depending on what our clients understand of investors' appetite, you've got a variety of approaches, and the conversations do change. So just to give you a few examples, the approach we always start with when we're evaluating any client, whether it's green, starting to look at transition-related instruments, looking at sustainability-linked or sustainability bonds is, clearly, and this is the ICMA principles, you've got to make sure that the strategy actually makes sense and the client has a definite idea of how it's going to use the label to achieve its strategy. And so, what does that mean? Does that mean there needs to be science-based? Does it mean it needs to be in line with net zero? Do they need an SBTI validation of targets? I mean, all of these things come into the discussion. Where we've had difficulty with certain transactions is situations where we're hearing that investors are happy to invest in a bond as long as the use of proceeds are green enough. But it may be that the client's strategy actually doesn't achieve what you would expect, again, from a science-based perspective, net zero alignment. The client may be in a sector where the knowledge we have of its targets, it would never be able to get SBTI validation, for instance. And so trading off the whether or not the use of proceeds is appropriately green versus whether or not the strategy makes sense is often part of the difficult conversations we've been having with clients. Also, as you go to different countries, you start getting into the discussion about, well, country X may be at a different starting point, or the company's business model be at a different starting point. And so what we've seen a lot of is the recognition that certain industries need to be on a slightly slower trajectory. The targets through 2030 may not be benchmarkable against what a net zero line pathway would be. But the question that we've certainly heard from investors and from clients is, surely a rate of change is enough. Does it necessarily need to be perfectly aligned with a net zero aligned or a science-based outcome? So that's where we're seeing a lot of the discussion. I would say, certainly as clients and as the industry is becoming more familiar with labeled products, I think the quality is certainly improving. Certainly when you look at sustainability-linked loans in particular, I think those, because of the nature of sustainability-linked loans where there's very little transparency over the KPIs, there's been a lot of criticism and a lot of lack of visibility as to how strong or how robust or ambitious the KPIs should be. But we've certainly seen an improvement. So I think it's, it is a journey for a lot of these companies. Our focus now is also starting to think about how you potentially use these instruments to finance transition, which of course is the question. But also starting to think about, do we need labeled products as the only option when companies are truly looking to transition? Now, my view is, we're not going to get to net zero through labeled products alone. A lot of it may just be, boring old vanilla financing. But so again, it is a bit of a mixed picture, but we've seen quality improvement over the last few years.
I need one, yeah. Yeah, thank you. And indeed, and as you all know, we need to shift trillions to reach the goals of the Paris Agreement. We need to, sustainable bonds are one of the main instruments, or one of the ideal instruments that have kind of emerged to raise finance for that, but there are other instruments as well. So we've already heard from a corporate and we've heard from a bank. Another important party to the development of a sustainable bond market, and that also especially in emerging markets and developing markets, are regulators. Lawrence, let me come to you as a regulator in the round. How is the FSRA, from a regulatory perspective, supporting the market on the further development of sustainable bonds? And also specifically, of course, as is the topic of the panel, on transition.
Sure, thank you. And thank you for inviting ADGM to talk on this panel. For those who don't know, ADGM is the International Financial Centre that's based in Abu Dhabi, the capital of the UAE. It was set up about 8 years ago. And we've got roughly around 200 financial institutions now that are based there. But our journey on sustainability started about 5 years ago. And we use the acronym RACE to cover it. It's all about regulation, awareness, collaboration and ecosystem. And one of the key pillars that we believe that's really important to finance the transition is to have a sustainable finance regulatory framework. And so we introduced a framework this year in August, and it very much covers 3 areas. The first is green bonds and sustainability bonds. And what I would say there, it's really based on 3 key areas. First of all, that it needs to be aligned to an international standard. and principle. And so I'm glad to say that we've used the ICMA green bond principles and sustainable linked principles there. But also we provide flexibility. So if you're an issuer, you can also look at other principles, and as long as it's approved by the regulator, then we allow our issuers to use same. The second part that's really important is that we require independent third-party verification. So we know that investors need trust in the types of instruments that are being issued, so we've hard-coded that sort of requirement, both at the pre-issuance and on an ongoing basis. And third, what I would say is that ADGM also has a really efficient process for setting up vehicles and SPVs. So again, you can set up an ADGM and then look at list on different exchanges from ADX in Abu Dhabi and other exchanges overseas. The second area I just quickly want to touch upon is on funds. And I know it's a little bit broader, but we brought in a framework for green funds and climate transition funds. So really glad this week in COP28 we've heard a few announcements. The first was Masdar setting up a green REIT that got designated by ADGM, FSRA. And secondly, the great announcement yesterday that UAE has committed 30 billion to a private investment vehicle, and that vehicle is being set up in ADGM, Altera. So again, it really goes to ADGM and Abu Dhabi and UAE being a sustainable finance hub. And we've got a number of other regulatory things which I'm happy to touch upon a bit later.
Yeah, thank you. And just for the audience, why are regulators using the ICMA principles? And because they already exist and put them into their own principles or their own framework, rather. We have the principles on our website. They're also there in different languages, including Arabic, for example. But what regulators often do, what we see to help the markets, is that they take the principles, but then also adapt them for the local markets. So add exclusions, for example, or add elements from other guidance that we provide, so they have a comprehensive document all in one place. Coming back to you, Andre, we've already heard a little bit about the challenges and the questions your clients have, but what would you say, how can issuers finance the transition really in a credible way to avoid, for example, getting accused of greenwashing?
I think building on some of what I was saying earlier, it starts for us with a strategy. We need to make sure the client has a clear strategy which, again, is it science-based? Is it net zero aligned? Does it have SBTi validation? Or can you justify, given a certain country's situation, that you have a rate of change which is contextually understandable? So I think the starting point is to really understand the overall strategy, and of course the targets within that strategy. Do the targets make sense? Are they ambitious enough? Do the targets cover a material portion of the client's business? We've seen green bonds, for instance, that have only covered scope 1 and 2 for certain issuers which were a small fraction of the overall business. And so you look at situations like that, and you realize that there may be some investors who are happy to invest in that because at least it's incremental and it's moving the client in the right direction, but it isn't really touching on or focusing on the largest proportion of a client's emissions. And look, as we start going into, I mentioned earlier, we're starting to look at transition finance, because I think the view we have, and we've been having this discussion internally, if you look at the 2030 targets banks and other financial institutions have set for themselves, which of course is a reflection of the clients that we finance in a range of sectors, the question we're facing is, well, how do we make sure our own portfolios transition over time, which of course is going to be an aggregation of all of the clients' actions that we're banking. And so for us, and as I mentioned earlier, there's a question mark about, are we going to get to these net zero targets through labeled instruments? No, I think labeled instruments absolutely are important to signal to investors and to signal to the market your intention. But we're now at a point where we're really starting to think through, and to your question about greenwashing, really thinking, what is the appropriate approach to try and demonstrate that we're financing the transition? So it's an aggregation of sustainability bonds, sustainability-linked bonds, green bonds, etc. But of course, we're seeing jurisdictions now coming out with the transition frameworks. And so the question there is, what else needs to be added into that framing? are we going to get transition taxonomies that lead us along that pathway? And so there's a lot to play for, I would suggest. If you just look at the $4 trillion a year that I think McKinsey and others are earmarking, and if you look at the actual issuances that are sustainable in nature, it's a fraction of what you actually need. So I think right now the focus is, how do you credibly start allocating capital and financing to true transition? And I think that's 2024's problem, but that's certainly what we're going to start focusing on.
Yeah, and as you know, what we recommend under the principles, as I said, we see transition as a theme. So if you issue a green bond or sustainability-linked bond, for example, we recommend that you also use the Climate Transition Finance Handbook recommendations on disclosure to make it more credible. Maybe just to add on, Andre, in that handbook we also talk about, that on the set out, an issuer should have a strategy, of course, to transition. And then we mentioned that to go into more detail, they should have a transition plan, and we see that being mentioned in a lot of initiatives. The ISSB is mentioning it, UK Transition Plan Task Force, the GFANZ is talking about it, in the EU, the ESRSs. When you talk to issuers, I'm just curious, because it's just kind of a new tool. Are a lot of them thinking about transition plans already? Do a lot of them perhaps already have one?
I think few have transition plans as defined by the Transition Plan Task Force, but that doesn't mean that what they do have doesn't already look a lot like what the Transition Plan Task Force is articulating. So I think it's just a couple of thoughts. If I look at the way in which we've gone about, as I said, like most banks, we've set 2030 portfolio targets, which are aligned with the IA net zero scenario. And we have our own transition plan in the sense of how it is we're going to look to achieve those targets, what financing we want to provide, how we govern ourselves internally, how we engage with clients, how we engage with policymakers. And all of these are the hallmarks of what a transition plan should have. So I think what you'll see in the market is a lot of entities that have gone about starting to develop strategies and targets already have a lot of those elements in place. Similarly, when we look at our clients and how we evaluate our clients, we're looking for exactly what the transition plan framing is suggesting. Of course, what are their targets? Are they spending the right capex in the right areas? Do they have the right governance in place? How are they engaging with their own supply chains and value chains and with governments to drive the policy agenda? So we're not yet seeing formal transition plans in maybe the way in which you're asking the question. I do see that's going to increase over time. What I would say, though, is I certainly see, I'm not sure I see transition plans necessarily as a vehicle to enable more transition finance, which I think is an interesting conversation. You may well have, and part of our concern as we start looking at the initial drafting, just to give you a sense of some of the transition plan, is that you may even find that companies are not willing to disclose as much detail as is laid out in the transition plans. So they may even have a perverse disincentive to be as transparent as they need to be. And so there's a sweet spot here which we need to focus on, which is, first of all, understanding what is the dollar amount of scaling of transition finance that is necessary. How do we, to your question about greenwashing, and what is the evidence we're going to look to issuers to provide to us? Some of that clearly will be articulated in the transition plan or in their green finance or sustainable finance framework. But a lot of the work, as I said, is also just trying to be clear about quantifying the amount. Do we need taxonomies? Do we need principles to more clearly define what transition finance is? So all of this is useful. I think the suggestion that transition plans are going to be what kickstarts the transition finance market, I think, is maybe a little bit misplaced. But certainly we would welcome transition plans for the most part, because it gives us the visibility and the understanding of what our clients are actually doing, and then enables the conversation with them.
And Fawaz, let me bring you in. We obviously all know that in the region here we have a lot of companies that are based in so-called hard-to-abate sectors, such as fossil fuel companies, but also transportation, like aviation, shipping, and so on. A lot of them, I assume, are your clients. what kind of questions and concerns do they come to you with, and are they worried about being accused of greenwashing? And tell us more about that, and how are you or the region in general and FAB maybe as an underwriter specifically approaching this?
Thank you, Simone. From a regional perspective, I think the region is very committed to the transition and to obviously contributing to the achievement of net zero. The UAE is at the heart of this commitment, and the actions and the what UAE has been propagating is leading to that. And I'd like also to take this opportunity to congratulate the UAE, which is celebrating its 52nd National Day, which is today. So we as a bank, in line with the government commitment, are also committed not only as a financial institution, but also helping our clients in achieving a transition which is just and which is also viable. Because in any transition or transition journey, you need to ensure that the solutions and whether it's around technology, around financing options, need to be addressable in terms of quantum, but also viable for them to continue and be sustainable. So we as a financial institution work with our clients, and the relationship has been so strong. Nicholas, for example, just pitched FAB's first green bond, which was the region's first green issuance, actually, and that's how we are close to our clients, working with them in taking our journey into perspective. So as a large financial institution, they're the largest in the UAE and one of the largest in the region, and also seeing how can our clients tap various markets, whether it's in the sustainable linked, sustainable finance, green, and other venues, not only on the capital markets, which is the topic of the day, but also on alternative funding options, be it equity or the debt market, the loan market. Just as some statistics talking about how the region has picked up in the past couple of years. If you go back to 2021, regional loans and bonds linked to sustainable regional loans and bonds in the MENA region, primarily GCC, has contributed to 1% of the global volumes. In 2023, year to date, we're over 5% of global volume. And that's only in less than 2 years. That talks a lot about, and this is what we are having with each of our clients. We're talking to them, helping them in their journey, and not only them as issuers, but also talking to global lenders, investors. How can we bridge the gap, ensure that the demand is there to meet the supply? And that has resulted in, obviously, a large growth in volumes. For example, fixed income sustainable finance bonds and Sukuk reached almost 20 billion year to date. That's 225% increase from last year. Out of which, obviously, what we've noticed recently is that the green part of it, which is directly related to the use of proceeds in green projects, has been the vast majority. And this has not been only for corporates. So corporates have been quite active, like MAF, Mubadala, DP World, but also multilaterals and SSAs. Some of the government issuers and also like Islamic Development Bank has been quite active in that space. And the financial institutions, FAB, ENBD, ADCB, and even some of the other regional banks in Saudi have been active in raising funds in that manner in order to help raise funds and at the same time contribute to projects and investments which will help in the transition. Now, the growth, to be honest, we have discussions with various, obviously, corporates depending on their line of business. So the energy and natural resources is different from, obviously, the aviation and the transportation. There are some manufacturing industries. So we tackle each based on their own requirements and their own targets and help work with them and with other partners in them achieving a just and fair transition. being it in new technology, adopting, for example, green hydrogen projects, a transition of power into renewable, carbon capture, sustainable aviation fuels, and so on and so forth, to help them in achieving these results in the target net zero transition.
Yeah, thank you. And Nikolaus, international investors become more and more demanding, and rightly so, I would say. I assume you have a lot of international investors as well. What is MAF doing to ensure that your green bonds and your green sukuk are credible?
Yes, Heisman, thank you. As Andrea mentioned before, I think transparency is the number one thing that an issuer needs to do, and independent verification and assurance. So we've done all that ever since the beginning. All our targets in terms of use of proceeds for bonds or KPIs that are effectively in our sustainability-linked loans that we have are being audited and monitored. In fact, recently we've even implemented them in internal scorecards of the executive teams as well, so that you can align the incentives of management with effectively meeting your external obligations and show how serious you are about them. For me, the whole dialogue has to be top-down and bottom-up in terms of becoming more serious around transition. Bottom-up is what the companies themselves can do on their own, how much they believe in transition, what they can do, and how serious they become about it. Top-down comes to the governments and effectively the frameworks that are being instituted, especially for the smaller enterprises in our ecosystem, and not the bigger companies. They do need guidance. They do need incentives. Guidance can come from effectively government frameworks and regulations. It also comes from engagement. What we do is engaging with our supply chain very actively. We have a very complex and wide supply chain. Obviously, we are the sole franchisees of Carrefour in this part of the world. In 15 countries, and also we are big developers and operators of shopping malls and mixed-use communities. So we have also the contracting and construction space, and in that respect, multiple variety of suppliers that we need to engage with. We need to educate. They need to understand what it means to be serious about the environment, about social issues, labor conditions. About basically, like doing well by effectively paying it forward for the next generations to come. At the end of the day, sustainability is about leaving this world better than when we found it. And I think that's the motto of the company so far. And it's embedded in our DNA. It's an ethos that comes all the way from the board bottom down. I'm proud to say that our sustainability team has educated the personnel of the company. We're undergoing internal workshops around our sustainability strategy. We have 3 pillars in our sustainability strategy. It's about rethinking resources, mostly to do with, I guess, environmental aspects. And then also it's about transforming lives and empowering people, which is the social aspect of what we do. And in terms of resources, we are thinking about things like embodied carbon in our real estate, in our construction and development processes. It's about energy efficiency. It's about investing in renewable energy resources. Solar is a big thing in our part of the world, and Majid Al Futtaim has very actively tried to implement solar power in our kind of overall kind of power source. And then on the social side, as I said, it's about engaging with the suppliers, be very mindful of Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 in our supply chain, and having SBTi targets embedded in our strategy, be very transparent about it and holding people accountable to it. And by no means we're perfect, right? It's a constant dialogue, but what we really appreciate is the challenge and the dialogue with bankers, with investors, because that embedding sustainable finance into the broader strategy of the group and the sustainable strategy of the group, it allows you to understand where you're lagging, where there's a shortfall, and try and push the strategy internally. And Treasury as a team has become effectively a champion, and finance under our CFO has become a champion of sustainability internally in the company by pushing capital allocation decisions towards meeting KPIs and doing even better and beating them.
Yeah, thank you. You've given us a lot. Let me just pick on a few things. You mentioned science-based targets. There's the SPDI, Science-Based Target Initiative, but you can have science-based targets in general, or rather you should have to be credible. And then also you mentioned the social aspects, interestingly, and also very appropriately for the panel, because it's not just talking about transition, we're talking about a just transition. So it has to be fair, it has to be just. A lot of people increasingly say otherwise it won't work. You mentioned the supply chain. The supply chain is obviously very difficult, very important, but very difficult because it's, sometimes I would say, correct me if I'm wrong, you as an organization maybe don't even know where it goes, right? Your supplier might have a supplier and that might have a supplier, and it's just, it's a maze, but it's very difficult. And in the EU, we see regulation coming up for that as well, the CSDDD, Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, and it's all good intentions, but it's really difficult. Also, of course, related to that is the Scope 3 emissions. So Scope 1 and 2 often more easily to report on, but Scope 3 is the more difficult one. But increasingly, be transparent about that. What we say in the Climate Transition Finance Handbook is also you should report on Scope 3, but even if you don't have the data yet, tell the market and especially your investors when you think that will be available. Fawaz, let me just briefly come back to you, and please put on your other hat now. In the pre-panel discussion, you told me you can also speak from the view as an investor, because unfortunately we don't have any investor on the panel. But tell us, what would you say investors expect from companies? As I said, they have become quite demanding, and rightly so, but what do you really think are they expecting?
I can, because we talk to investors a lot, because we have to understand what investors want so that we give our clients the right advice and ourselves as an issuer. Investors look at two things, to be honest. So first, they would look at the risk return, like if it's a bond or a sukuk.
If you could just hold the microphone closer to you.
Can you hear me better now? Yeah. So they first look at the return, risk return. So that's something which is standard. So clients should understand that if something is green or is sustainable, does not mean that it can be extremely expensive for investors. So investors will look at risk return. But if they're specifically interested in sustainable or sustainable linked or green issuances, then they will look at the underlying. They would look at the to your point, the transparency, to Nicholas' point around what is the company doing in terms of their sustainability agenda, how serious are they, and where are the funds being deployed, and who's providing the third-party opinion, and so on and so forth. There is a lot of diligence where investors want to ensure that the issuances which they are investing in meet their ESG or their sustainable criteria, in addition to the risk return metrics. And that's why what we've seen, because of that sort of that diligence or that request for transparency, a lot of investors have been more tilted towards investing in green issuances, bonds and sukuk, rather than sustainable or sustainability linked. And we've seen that in the last 12 months, that sort of trend has happened. For them, green, the way you would look at it is quite clear. You have pre-identified projects or areas to invest. You have a certain timeline, and that has caused the green issuance, be it on the conventional side or the Islamic side, which is the sukuk, to basically shoot up by more than 200% in 2023 and late 2022. What we've also seen is that they're also looking at other venues of currencies. We've seen that we, for example, have tapped the market in dollar, Swiss franc, and even local currency, dirham. So some of the even not only looking at fixed income, looking at diversifying it in different currencies. And we've seen that international investors have actually invested in some of these non-G3 or G7 currencies to be able to take access to what they believe is true green instruments. And this is what really we've seen investors look at. But what we should be doing is we should be trying to educate investors to also look at other asset classes because it's not sufficient enough to help in the full transition if you just look at one asset class. We need to, it's an education, it's a journey. We need to educate them, both helping the issuers reach a level of sophistication and transparency and the investors understanding our region, because there are a lot of apprehensions or a sort of misunderstanding of how the region is looking to take transition very seriously and that they are doing the right steps to reach a just transition.
Yeah, and I always think so part of the principles is also reporting, allocation reporting, but more importantly, impact reporting. And as you all know, the big topic at this year's COP is the global stocktake. And we talk a lot about how can we raise finance, but also I think we should talk more about how does this all link to the real world, to the real economy. And Andre, I think you probably have a view on investors' expectations as well. Would you agree that investors are more and more expecting issuers to report on impact, to really showcase what has their money achieved in the real world?
Definitely. I think we've certainly seen over the last few years I think I mentioned at the beginning of the discussion, there were certain instances where investors were happy just to make sure that the use of proceeds was appropriate, and that was pretty much the only box that was ticked. But I think what we've seen over time is certainly investors are now starting to say, okay, use of proceeds is one thing. We've actually got to make sure that these funds are appropriately applied. We've also got to make sure that these funds and the investments are translating into the reductions or into the strategic objectives that the company has set. So we are starting to see, and there are, obviously there's more sophisticated investors and less so, but certainly we've seen that. I think sometimes what is a little bit challenging for us to have visibility on is you'll see an issuance which is green or sustainable. We may have question marks over the veracity or validity of the targets, but investors will buy the issuance. And the question you're asking is, has the investor just bought it and ignored the green label and just bought it because they want the exposure to the corporate, which I think is often happening. But more often than not, I think investors are certainly looking to ensure that if they are investing in something that is purported to be green, that it actually can demonstrate that. I think, as I said earlier, just to touch on, in fact, Nicholas brought it up, and I think Fawaz touched on it as well. I think Nicholas mentioned the top-down, bottom-up point. It's what we also recognize is, and you ended, Simon, by talking about the real economy impact. If we look at our own 2030 targets as a bank, we could meet those targets on paper. You can objectively say, I'm going to exit client X and I'm just going to finance more of client Y, so it becomes a client selection objective. But that may not translate into real economy impacts. All you're doing is decarbonizing your own balance sheet. And I think, and we're seeing some of those actions actually being taken, possibly by investors, certainly by banks as well. And I think to Nicholas's point, the top-down point, I think, is one I would emphasize, that what we need more of is government regulation. We need more clarity on whether it's carbon pricing, whether it's in first loss financial structures to crowd in private capital. If you look at the hydrogen projects, for instance, across Europe, a small fraction of them, less than 10%, are actually bankable. And so you get into this dynamic where investors, on one hand, are incentivized and want to demonstrate they're investing in green or transition, but there aren't enough projects out there to actually follow the capital trail to the 4 trillion a year, which is what we ultimately need. And I think that to me is the contextual overhang which we're always keeping an eye on. It's all very well to see the investment flows and the underwriting that we certainly do when it comes to some of these labeled products. But again, it remains a small fraction. And as I said to Nicholas's point, I think we're going to need to see a lot more top-down policy movement, so investors will actually be incentivized to let capital flow into these solutions.
Yeah, and actually sticking with the topic of credibility, and we talked about impact reporting, the link to the real world, but another thing that we really see proliferating globally is taxonomy, or our taxonomies. We've had the EU taxonomy, which is also still being worked on, but we've had, I don't know, by now I lost count, the last thing I saw, 31 taxonomies globally. I think it's even more by now. Lawrence, are we going to see a taxonomy in the UAE? And also, as we have so many different taxonomies, would that rather be one oriented towards green, or maybe more appropriate for the region, a transition one, perhaps like ASEAN, a traffic light one? Do you have any ideas on that yet? Or?
Yeah, sure. So the starting point is that the UAE has a sustainable finance working group, and I'm glad to say that ADGM and all the other regulators in the UAE and other agencies, and including the stock exchanges, have been part of this working group for a couple of years now. And this working group has been mainly focusing on 3 areas: corporate governance, risk management principles for financial institutions, and we've recently just issued a statement on that, disclosure, and then the third bucket is taxonomy. So there has been work to look at developing a UAE taxonomy. As to whether it goes to the various types of taxonomies, that's something that's still a work in progress. But part of the issue, as you said, is that there is a plethora of taxonomies around the world, and what we would hope to see over the next few years is a bit more harmonisation around requirements. It's been really pleasing, obviously, to see in the corporate disclosure space the International Sustainability Standards Board issue the IFRS S1 and S2 standards. Again, this is really helpful at a global level, and as we see countries adopt that into their frameworks, that will help with that consistency, especially around cross-border business and capital flows. So that's really important.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, as I said, there's a proliferation of taxonomies, and yeah, as I say, a lot of them are also still being worked on. Even the EU taxonomy, which is considered to be, or was the first one, the most advanced one, but it just maybe wouldn't fit other regions. And that's on the green side. So we talk about just transition today. We don't even have a social taxonomy. In some countries, I saw Malaysia and others have worked on one. I was also involved in the EU to draft a social taxonomy, but we still don't have one. So that's even more difficult because we don't have the science-based targets that we mentioned. We don't have the evidence-based data. It's more based on principles and rights. Maybe just a last question. We've talked a lot about use of proceeds bonds, such as green bonds, green sukuk as well. I think, Fawaz, you touched a little bit on loans as well, sustainability-linked loans. But I'm just curious on sustainability-linked bonds. I think I heard that mentioned before, but I just wanted to come back to that. What is going on in terms of that? Because they weren't designed as that, but somehow they have, in a lot of regions, they have kind of emerged as an ideal transition instrument.
Again, from a viability point of view, and obviously working with clients to undertake sustainability-linked bonds or sukuk, I don't see any issues. The issue where I would see is that what would this be in terms of demand? So in loans, it's quite different because loans are a bit more private instruments. They're worked with generally banks or developmental entities. But when you're tapping the capital markets, you're looking at what investors do want and what offers you the most optimal size price. So what we've seen, at least from a regional perspective, is that while issuers and borrowers were able to do it from an execution point of view, the value add in terms of getting in the investors which are really looking at sustainable investing was minimal. Therefore, what we've seen is that there were more transition towards sustainability-linked loans. However, when it came to fixed income, it was predominantly taken by the green investors or investors which want to invest in green. So at the end of the day, we're driven by investor demand, because that's what drives capital markets, and that's why we would give the right advice to our clients to use different instruments in a situation where you're looking to tap various forms of liquidity. But what I think that what we've heard from some investors is that they look at sustainability-linked fixed income instruments in that some of the KPIs are a bit more, I would say, easy to achieve, and that then translates into, you know what, we don't think that this really is pure sustainable, and we think that we're not going to be investing through our portfolios. But to Andre's point, there's no black and white. It is always the way you look at it, from a bank underwriter, from an investor, from an issuer, because there are no standards. So what we need to do is to bring all the various parties, like we're doing here today, closer to a common understanding. And that's when I think we will maximize the value and optimize the economics around sustainability-linked issuances, and we hopefully will see more of them coming throughout, in the next few months and years.
Yeah, thank you. And maybe just briefly to you, Nikolaus, what's the next instrument you're going to issue? Are you going to stick with green and Sukuk, or are you also looking at SLBs, perhaps social?
Yeah, as I said before, we started our journey with a green financing framework for debt capital markets and with green Sukuks and also a green hybrid. At the same time, we've shifted the majority of our banking funding to sustainability-linked loans. So that we already have existing KPIs, which we report on an annual basis on our ESG report. I think the way the trend goes, it's inevitable, not just for us who are leading the way, but for most of the companies, to move to a sustainability majority, if not 100% sustainability-linked financings. And I understand what Fawaz is saying around investors not believing in the KPIs or effectively issuers looking at the viability, but and that's my personal view. As far as I'm concerned, climate change is real. It's happening. It's happening faster than many of the regulators or many of the company executives think. And sooner or later, that kind of viability decision will effectively be forced upon everyone. So the faster people realize that, the better. I mean, we were talking before in the pre-panel discussion around how we can already feel climate change in our everyday lives. So I don't understand why people are still debating economics at the expense of the future of our grandchildren. So yeah.
That is true, and that's also why we try to make the link to the real world, because we don't, enough theorizing and how can we raise money. We have several instruments now, but of course, just to come back to the title of the panel, how to finance a just transition with sustainable bonds. I think we should have even added one other word. We should have called it how to finance a credible just transition with sustainable bonds, which we discussed. We could talk much longer, but we have to come to an end. I would like to thank my panel, Fawaz, Lawrence, Nikolaus, and Andre. And I hope you had some takeaways from this as well. Thank you.
الطبيعة هي منبع الحياة، وقد أعطتنا الكثير وعلينا رد الجميل، وهو ما تلتزم به منطقتنا منذ 50 عاماً، وكان وسيبقى في مقدمة أولويات بنك أبو ظبي الأول. إنه الالتزام الذي يجعلنا رواد التمويل المستدام وشركاء العمل المناخي في المنطقة. لذا فإننا نقدم تسهيلات تقدر قيمتها بالمليارات دعماً لمشاريع ومبادرات الاستدامة، وهو ما يؤكد التزامنا بالمساهمة في بناء مستقبل أخضر للجميع. لذلك نحن اليوم شريك مؤتمر COP28 للإسهام في تحقيق هذه الأهداف. وحتى نناقش معاً سبل التحول إلى الطاقة النظيفة وتسريع التمويل المستدام والعمل يداً بيد نحو تحقيق نتائج إيجابية ملموسة على أرض الواقع. بنك أبو ظبي الأول، نطور رؤيتنا باستمرار.
Nature has always given us life. It's our duty to return the favor. A duty this region has been fulfilling for the last 50 years. And one the First Abu Dhabi Bank has been continuously committed to. It's why we are the region's pace setter in climate finance. Why we are the region's partner for climate action. Why we are facilitating billions of dirhams towards sustainable change. And why we are committed to creating a greener future for everyone. It's this sense of purpose that has inspired us to partner with COP28. Together, we will explore the energy transition, accelerate climate finance, and unite under one common goal: to take action. FAB, we always see more.
A net zero future should be a reality for everyone. First Abu Dhabi Bank believes this and is increasing its efforts to achieve it. It is the first bank in the MENA region to set financed emissions reduction targets across its highest emission sectors, because it realizes climate change can significantly disrupt the natural, economic, and social systems on which we depend, and it can affect generations to come. Hannah Al-Rostamani, FAB's Group CEO, explains how FAB is accelerating its efforts to decarbonize its financing activities. By working with the public and private sectors, FAB is addressing the imminent threats of climate change and bringing about radical positive change with a sector-specific approach and science-based solutions. In 2023, FAB sets emissions reduction targets across 8 key sectors: agriculture, aluminium, cement, commercial real estate, steel, oil and gas, power generation, aviation. For agriculture, FAB aims to achieve a 35% to 45% reduction by 2030 by supporting our clients by financing the development of more sustainable agricultural practices, financing the decarbonisation of energy and its production, supporting the development of agricultural soils as carbon sinks, accompanying transitions linked to the evolution of demand. For aluminium,
Hello everyone, welcome to our last panel of the day, our Youth Hour. I'd like to introduce our panel today for the impact of climate change on culture and national identity. Our moderator will take it forward and introduce herself and the panelists.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you for coming. I'm Isra Rabia. I'm the head of employee relationship in FAB. I'm delighted to be the moderator of today's panel. Today is a very special day. It's the Emirati 52nd Union Day. Before I start introducing the team in here, I would like to give you the concept about the subject that we're going to cover today. The impact of the climate change on culture and national identity from youth perspective. Many subject expertise keep highlighting the effect of climate change. However, few only available talks about it in a deep length. And therefore, our panelists here, which I'm going to introduce, going to cover from their length how it really means to them, going to talk about the relation, going to talk about the effect on the culture and the identity. First, I would like to introduce Ali Kashwani. He's an artist, which actually, if you only go to an Instagram and see how really he's doing great from that job, he will give you an insight about a lot of his inspired by the 20th century of art movement, such as Infinity, Zoom, artwork. I'm not sure if you guys are aware of it, but please just do the search and you will be amazed with all of the work is happening. Taryam Al-Katheri also, I'm going to welcome you, the chairman of DCT Youth Council. He's the one of the founder of Kharsha kind of music art, so it's a different type of art, which is, again, I will leave it to you, Taryam, to give an insight more about it. I don't want to burn all of the bridges here. Third, I would like to welcome Shamma Jallaf. She's an AUS student, international studies. Shamma, really the co-founder of the Student Association of Foreign Affairs and part of the Emirati Culture Club. And last but not least, Khalifa Al-Bah. He's also an AUS student. He's also the vice president and co-founder of the Student Association and Foreign Affairs and Sport Coordinator in the Emirati also Culture Club. Thank you everyone for coming. The first question, I would like to take it to Khalifa. So Khalifa, I'm not sure if the mic is next to you. Great. How does climate change threaten the preservation of indigenous and local culture, practice, and traditions?
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank FAB. I'm really honored to be here, especially in this day. It's a very special day. And to answer your question, when we're talking about the indigenous people, they're very connected to the land that they're in. So let's say, for example, Australian indigenous people, they care for the land. Their culture revolves around their land, whether it's agriculture or not. So the land is very precious to them. It's like one of their culture attributes. So climate change, it really changes the agricultural aspects of their lands, for instance. So if they really depend on their land, they really depend on their agriculture to survive, they really struggle with that. So they cannot grow as much as they used to grow. They cannot do as much as they used to do, which really hinders their capabilities and really demotes their motivation to grow more land, and they lose a sense of their culture that they once had. So to answer the question about indigenous people, I think that indigenous people and people who really rely on agriculture are the people who struggle the most with climate change, because they rely on something, but due to climate, maybe the land does not become agricultural land anymore. It's not fertilized to grow more plantations in it. So to answer the question, indigenous people and agricultural people, the people who depend on agriculture, and communities that depend on agriculture, and that is a part of their culture, they struggle the most with this issue.
Thank you, Khalifa. Ali, let's go to the next question to you. What's the historical relation between art and sustainability?
To answer your question, basically, we have to go to the definition of art. So what is art? It's a very vague name. So we have three types of art mainly: visual arts, audible arts, and performing arts. So visual is painting, sculpture, photography, and so on. And performing is a dance or a play or an act. And audible is music and song. So when we talk about visual arts mainly, the idea of art came by in the 1500s in Florence with the time that's known as the Renaissance. So previous to that, there wasn't such a thing as art. It was more of crafts. So, and crafts, just to add to what Khalifa said, was always from the land. So for example, here in UAE, the crafts are al-khus, which is palm weaving, and you have a sadu, which is patterns made from wool from the cattle here in UAE. So the crafts was always something from the lands, and that is what is mostly affected by climate change. When it comes to art itself, how can art affect climate change? I believe art is such as a soft power. So basically, when you analyze an artwork, you do it in two ways. So the artwork itself, so for example, the physical object, it's oil on canvas. So that's a description. And then you have the subject matter of art itself. So how can art affect? It can change people's perspective. I just want to give this example of this amazing Venezuelan artist. He's called Oscar Oliveras, if you can search him up. So what he did in Venezuela, he contacted all the companies that produce the bottles, not the aluminum ones, the plastic ones, and he ordered the caps, so the colored ones. And he received hundreds of thousands of boxes of caps. And what he did is beautiful mosaics using the caps that looks amazing, stunning, but the subject matter is related to climate change, and the medium itself is the recycling those plastic waste, which would have been harmful to the environment. So art can basically be affected in two different ways: the subject matter itself and the medium of the art.
Thank you, Ali. I mean, as you mentioned, there is a different definition of art. So let's go to Taryam in terms of the music art. And how do you see the relationship between art and from the sound system and sustainability?
So I would redefine climate change in a sense that if you look at climate, it's not necessarily like bringing out or like reducing the overall heat by 1.2 degrees or something like that, because climate evolves around the ecosystem inside. So it's each individual and each one of us. And how we see it in Kharsha is that, first of all, you know, there's this discussion about, does heritage and culture perish with time, or does it evolve and transform? So a lot of our art and music was actually inspired from different places. And a lot of what we do now that's classified as intangible heritage, it's different. يعني مثلا our parents or grandparents don't dive for the pearls, right? So it transformed to become more of a tourism activity. And that's what we stand for. So we are redefining how percussion is taking place in the UAE, where we fused between the Japanese drums and what we do in here. So we represent the Emirati identity fused within the Japanese style of doing things, which is with all the, let's say, how they're particular about how they do things and how everything is coming from a martial art type of perspective. So for us, we see how the music can evolve in a sense that we preserve the UAE identity, but fusing it with other cultures as well. So this is how we see we can preserve these things and how that will contribute into a bigger picture through music.
Thank you, Tarim. I think there is a lot from the Youth Council in here. Shamma, going next question your way. Does the improvement of our environment result in a strong national identity by making youth feel oneness and responsible toward the country?
First of all, I'd like to thank you, Isra, for hosting us today, and it's a great honor and a pleasure to be speaking here. And thank you for giving us, the youth, a platform to speak and share our opinions and ideas, so that means a lot to us. My answer to that is yes, it does bring oneness, it does help us connect to people. I mean, whenever we think of sustainability, we think of solving problems because that's what we think of right now because of the immense problems that we're facing because of that, like global warming and all the other problems. So basically what I found that it brings people together. I mean, whether it's in the American University of Sharjah, whether it's in COP28 or here, I mean, the UAE, it's nothing new for the UAE to welcome people from all over to have different cultures within, because the UAE it hosts basically more than 200 nationalities. So we're used to being a melting pot for many of those people, and we can all learn from each other and we can all connect with one another. We can all learn from each other on how to tackle those problems, how to solve global warming, how to be more sustainable in general. So I'd like to say yes, it does bring us together. So personally for me, when I discovered from a very young age that there is a problem going on environmentally, I went back and I looked at my heritage and my culture, because today we're talking about our national identities as well. So I found out that we were very sustainable in the past, that I'm going to be talking about furthermore in this discussion. And it did help me reconnect with my culture. It did help me reassess our activities and how we lived in the past. And in general, it made me reconnect with other people that had the same problems and questions. And it made me feel a sense of responsibility towards my country and the world, and to make it a better place for coming future generations. So to sum it all up, yes, it does help us be more aware. It does help us feel oneness and more connected to everyone, because we all see the problem, we all want to solve the same problem, and we all have the same goal at the end. So yeah.
Thank you, Shamma. I'm sure that you will be a great ambassador to do the awareness, which we'll touch base later on. But before we jump into the how we can spread the awareness, Khalifa, going back to you, how can communities adapt their culture practices to the changed climate while preserving their culture identity?
With the change of culture, we have to know that culture is not something physical. It's not the land, it's not the food, it's the shared belief of a certain community. It's the shared belief, it's the shared history. So culture can be changed, it can be tweaked with time. And many people, or many communities, I'd say, or many cultures, have really suffered with climate change and have perished. They couldn't adapt to the changing circumstances. But in order to survive with the climate change, if you're dependent on agriculture, if you're dependent on the land itself, you have to learn in ways to adapt, not even for your generation, for the next generation and the generations after that, so that the culture would survive with you. I've seen this video before coming here a couple of days ago about the people in Fiji. The women in Fiji, decades ago, they used to go to the seas and gather seaweed. They used to gather a lot of seaweed and sell it. That was part of their culture. That was part of their cultural identity. But throughout the decades with climate change and the pollution of the oceans and the seas, the seaweed have decreased massively, so that they're struggling to get seaweed. They struggle to it's not their fault. I'm not saying it's their fault, but they struggle to adapt to the changing circumstances, and they're suffering currently. And they are one of the cultures or one of the communities that's being in threat currently. So in order to adapt, you have to be culturally flexible. You have to acknowledge that there's climate crisis. You have to adapt to the changing circumstances, and you have to change the ways you do it, tweak the culture a little bit. I mean, you can't change the culture. Culture can't be a stable thing. Even we've seen with the UAE, we used to go and fish for pearls back then. We still do it now, but the culture has shifted towards developing the economy, developing a lot of stuff, political and socio aspect of the nation itself. So cultural flexibility and cultural adaptivity is one of the important keys in order for cultures to adapt to the changing circumstances and the climate change aspects of the world.
Thank you, Khalifa. Definitely adaptability and flexibility is one of the things we're aiming to do. An open question to four of you, and anyone can pick it up. Has the UAE allows being environmentally sustainable?
Can you repeat it?
Has the UAE always been environmentally sustainable? I think Shamma wants to take that question.
So when we think the UAE globally, what we're known for is oil, tourism, agriculture, urbanization. So we don't really think sustainability, right? That's not what we're known for. But then what I found out is, as I mentioned, like I looked back at our culture, turns out for centuries, people on this land have learned how to harmonize with nature, how to live alongside with it, how to utilize it fully. So they used it to survive, basically, as we all know. So as Khalifa mentioned, like we did fishing, pearl diving, animal grazing, and all of that. So we were always taught to like take care of nature, utilize it, use it to our advantage, share, and that just shows that our roots go back to that. And I feel like, in my opinion, the UAE hosting COP28 really is just a way to reconnect with our heritage and reconnect with our sustainable actions from the past. So yeah, and what I learned that it was always sustainable. So yeah.
Great. Now going to Taryam, in terms of what's the role really of the storytelling, art and media in raising awareness about climate impacts on culture and national identity?
So before going to this question, I would like to add to, it seems that people forgot in our roots, if you remember when we were kids, it was all about sustainability. I mean, how many Galaxy box you opened it وتحصل الخيوط وهالاشياء, you know, it's not actually chocolate. And if you go to our sites in Al Ain, there is Al Ain Oasis. I work for Department of Culture and Tourism Abu Dhabi. You will find how it's very unique in this region that we use every literal thing from the palm tree, you know? So we've been brought up, I mean, it's fortunate and unfortunate because we're people of either the land, Bedouins, or we're people of the sea. So we really capitalize on that, and then we optimized every single thing. So we were born sustainable, you know, but as civilization came and globalization, we ended up losing track of that. But just like what you mentioned, and we were very sustainable from our roots. And now going back to the question, I would say that usually when something bad happens, you know, how you end up trying to like, if you're depressed, if your boss is scolding you, if your wife is pressuring you, or you have a lot of kids or something like that, you know, you end up that you want to go to that safe place. And usually that safe place, I mean, at least for me, it's not a book or something like that, you know. We go back to art, and just how Ali mentioned, and art comes in 3 different forms. And our form is music. With the origin of Japanese drumming, it came from, I mean, it's like a call for war, okay? So it's a substitution of boxing or martial arts. But I would say, first of all, it's a relief when it comes to people who are under pressure and so on. And then the rhythm is so close to the heartbeat. So if you hear a good Japanese drummer, which I hope I am, if you visit me in one of my performances, you'll be able to hear how close is that beat to the heart, and that really puts you in this place where there is white noise, and you go back to being a baby, you know, and then you go back to sleep, or like it relaxes you. So in a sense, you know, when there is a tough time or something like that, just similar to COVID, we all go back to this escape room, and we always hope to make our music that escape room.
Thank you, Taryam. Ali, how can art contribute to the cause of sustainability using different art medium?
So I think when people talk about artists, you think it's just a circle of artists, that they do things because it's what they want to do. That's not usually the case. It's just half of the story. The other half is the actual collectors, the buyers and decision makers. So most of art's histories, movements, let's say abstract art, expressionism, cubism, so on, it didn't just come because artists experimented with those styles. It came because there was a demand from the collectors. And then that basically paved the way, and that's what shaped the art movement. When it comes to sustainability, if the collectors, who are the decision makers, who are the ones with the means to buy art, are going into that direction, the art will follow. And I believe it is the case now, because people who collect art mostly are curious people and people who enjoy collecting and having things from different parts of the world. And the biggest collector, it's just a history lesson at this point, the biggest collector in the world is the museum, the institution, the museum. And the origin of the museum is that private collectors used to collect things from all around the world in the 1600s. And they used to call them cabinet of curiosities. And you had few different types. So some people collected art, some people collected natural elements, which is plants, botany, and animal remains. And those people, when they passed on, they bequeathed their collections to the states. And that's, we're talking mostly in Western Europe. And then those collections eventually became the museum. So if we go back to those collectors, we can see that they are curious people who enjoy having artifacts that are basically pure in heart. So people who collect art, I believe, care about sustainability, and hence the art movement will follow.
Thank you, Ali. I'll go back to the more or less same question to Khalifa. How can social media be used to preserve cultural heritage and practices threatened by climate change?
Before answering the question, I just want to say that climate change, it's one of the kind of the rarest or the only problem that affects the whole world globally. No one is safe from it, kind of in a way. So everyone knows that climate change is happening. Everyone knows that climate change is affecting people, but they don't know how much it affects them. So social media plays a pivotal role in that. So as I said with the example of the seaweed and the woman in Fiji, that really struck something in me to advocate and go and talk about it. Hence, I'm talking about it right here. So if it did that for me, using the way of social media, I believe that it will do a lot for advocating and showing people in other countries that there are problems, actual problems, and actual situation that people are going through because of climate change. So for the role of social media, we've seen TikTok has, changed the whole world in social media. And the amount of viewers every TikTok, mediocre TikToker gets over 1 million. So a lot of people use TikTok. So by means of TikTok, by advocating the changes, by showing people how it actually affects other culture and other cultures' identities or practices, you can tell that, or many people would get influenced into advocating change. And I believe that social media does play a pivotal role in that by influencing other people in different countries to maybe take action. Even if it's the smallest changes often lead to the bigger changes. So it's a step-by-step increase in advocation that will eventually lead to maybe reduction of climate change.
Just to add to what Khalifa said, I believe, yes, social media is, of course, a huge influence. And to go back to the example I gave about the Venezuelan artists, now, since I told you the story, next time you have a bottle, you might take the cap off and leave it to give it to some artists so they can recycle. So that soft power or inspiration is, I believe, how social media can affect through art the climate change.
Thank you. Shamma, In what ways can we integrate sustainability while passing down our cultural identity and practices?
So basically, when I mentioned that the UAE is a melting pot of different cultures and identities, you can't forget that that also plays an active role in learning from one another. So we all can basically take and learn from everyone and take from each other's cultures and take everything that's like sustainable and use it to in our own culture and like basically live in harmony to like, you know, improve sustainability. So that's a thing that we should not take for granted, especially that we're living here. And we should all actively learn from one another. For example, if I see you doing something, I'd ask more about it. If I see something that I haven't heard of from a different culture that I find is sustainable, I should make sure that I should learn from that person and implement it in my own lifestyle and my own actions every day. And when it comes to like, if we should, so while we're passing down our cultural identity and heritage, the normal thing to do is just telling the story. So we should also incorporate how to sustainably do those actions and how to preserve those actions while caring for the environment. As I mentioned as well, the UAE has always been sustainable through our actions, through our thinking. We see it passed down. So when we're teaching the youth, when we're teaching the children how to take care of something, we also teach them why we should do that, how it's going to affect it, because awareness is a very important thing that we shouldn't take for granted. I can't stress on this more. Education should not be used for granted. We should implement being sustainable. We should implement how to take care of our environment within in education globally, because you have to learn how to take care of where you live from a very young age. That's how you can help the youth prosper. That's how we can take care of the generations to come. So we should teach them young. We should let them understand why we're making that change. When I spoke to people that were younger than me about COP, I noticed that most of them, they know, okay, sustainability, environmental awareness, and global warming, but they don't understand the actual impact of it. And as they mentioned, social media is a very strong thing that we can use to our advantage. We can let them know from there as well. We can talk to them ourselves. We can do more awareness sessions in school about that. We can make it part of the curriculum, and to be honest, I've witnessed it happening. It is part of our curriculum here, and it's just an amazing thing to witness that sustainability shouldn't just be something we should talk about. It should be something that is taught to our younger generations, because what's the use of living here if we can't, you know, make the change, make it a better place? So yes, it should be interrogated, and we can integrate sustainability with passing on our cultural identity and heritage.
Thank you, Shamma. A touch point on the same point that you mentioned. A question again to everyone, and I want everyone to think with the art that you bring into the society. What's actually your contribution as an individual going to look like going forward? That you are aware of sustainability, you know how it's very important. So anyone would like to pick the question?
Hello. Okay. So, I mean, firstly, we have to look at the individual himself. Whoever's advocating, me personally, I have to look within myself and change my ways before starting to tell people how to do change their ways. So I believe it starts at the individual level, and then talking about it with your families, with your friends, maybe influencing some changes within your home without your parents knowing, or something. I mean, changing or replacing stuff. So by changing the individual himself, you start changing the ways of how your friends act, maybe, or how your families act. So individual change. My friend Umar here was a panelist yesterday, and he said that individual change, individual collective change helps or affects the change of a whole community. So it starts at the individual level, then it levels up to the whole society. So if you change, people around you change, and the whole society will change as well.
Thank you, Ali.
I agree, of course, with Khalifa. Changes starts with the person. Just small things accumulates over time, and collectively, then we can go to a better environment in the future. It's slow, but slow and steady wins the race, as they say. But from an art perspective, I think just to have a perspective, to have something in the art that you create. For example, in Taryam's case, if he's a drummer, let's say the drumsticks he uses are made from palms, for example, sustainable. That one thing, and then he can inspire someone else to do something else. And the creative aspect of things, I think it starts individually as choices, you know, throwing plastic bottles or not, and as artists to include that in our artwork in some way or another, just to inspire others.
Taryam, in terms of the music side and how users provide hope in difficult times and inspire change, how do you see it?
So again, when it comes to music, at least for me, so just a bit of background about me. I haven't been a drummer. It's just a recent hobby that I got hooked up in drumming. By profession, I studied, or like academically, I'm an engineer, and then I ended up working for the Department of Culture and Tourism. But then drumming started as a hobby, and then it kicked off very fast, and I found myself between the dilemma of like being a public sector worker or like going a full-time drummer and so on. And ironically, what happened during COVID, this is when I made my mom happy, so I didn't become a full-time drummer. What happened is that in COVID, we actually received a lot of requests. And then I was like, guys, like, come on, it's COVID, صح? So do you expect me to drum wearing my costume and then having the hazmat? They were saying yes, because the beats actually encourage people. I mean, I know here we do, let's say, Ahalla and the Rasfa, all of these things. It's all a chanting of hope, you know, a chanting of welcoming people back home. So the Department of Health in Dubai and also in Abu Dhabi were asking us, and please, can you come and do a performance so that as a thank you, you know, as a gratitude, because we're that loud, I guess, and encouraging. And what happened is we were doing things online with our main team back in Japan, and people were inspired by that. We had a full campaign that was online where we taught people how to do our beats, where we were doing like some, you know, things that can explain to people what does the music mean, what's like, how is the drum being done, because sustainability is a core in our drum. Everything is made out of wood and everything is actually recyclable. And then we found a way to recycle the tires into drums. So whoever changes their tires in the team used to take it to
just
use
a question immediately on that. The sounds remain the same. So the same beats is going out with the recycle?
So yes, so with the tire, it depends on the depth. So everything is about the depth. So if you want it to be deeper, you just have more tires, and then then you put like a duct tape on it, and it actually produces something that's very similar, but visually it's a bit lame, you know. So we need people like Ali to make it visually appealing, but it actually produces the same sound. Oh, this is how we figured out, you know, like we can pay, from our perspective at that time, it's about paying less to do more, you know. So we were using like more tires to practice rather than damaging our drums from Japan. But I guess in crisis, people try to go to what's intangible, you know, something that gives them hope. And for us, all of us, I mean, music was what give us hope. For each one in here, I'm sure that people have different things. So our message is always that we always hope that in time of, you know, happiness, or when it's actually hard on someone, you would come to our show and we give you that little bit of boost, you know, to complete your day.
Thank you, Taryam. Ali, let's go back to the artwork that you're doing recently. Would you give the audience some of an insight on what actually, you know, come up as an art and where to visit to see it?
So here in COP28, I'm participating with the Youth Hub, just close by, with the Central Bank Youth Council. I've created an artwork using shredded money. So, you know, we have the new bills, the new Emirati dirhams, and the old ones are circulated and they're shredded completely, like tiny pieces. And me and a few other artists received bags full of shredded money that we then created artwork for. The exhibition will be on Monday, so everyone is welcome. And that's just one way of, the money is shredded. It's useless at this point. So it's not even recognizable if you don't see it in a bunch. This is how you do something creative using waste. Just like all the other examples, the tires and the bottle caps and so on. Which recently I had the pleasure of meeting Mohammed Ahmed Ibrahim. He's one of the pioneering artists of the UAE. He's an artist from Khorfakan. And he had artworks put in Al Ain Oasis, just in the middle of the palm trees. And all of his artworks, they're abstract. And they're all made from paper mache. So it's basically waste. And he put them together, he glues them, and he does those interesting abstract shapes. And then I asked him, I told him, and basically those won't last because you keep them under the sunset. And he was like, why does it have to last? So that gave me a perspective that some of the beauty of art is that it's not forever. Is that it's just like a flower. It blooms just once and then it's not the same ever again. So if we get our head around this idea that art is momentarily there just to be viewed and appreciated in a certain time period, I think that inspires a lot of different types of art.
Thank you so much, Ali. I think I would be very honest. I'm so proud to have, you know, talented people who really is aware of, you know, the climate change and how it's going to impact, and everyone is playing a really great role in terms of making sure that we set things for future. One of the inspiring quote, and before closing, I would like to thank everyone too for attending the panel. It was a pleasure to hear and having you here. The Chief Sustainable Officer of FAB mentioned a quote, and it resonates in my head, to be honest, and this is, you know, related to the panel that we're having. Our action in the coming years will shape the world that future generation inherit. We have a moral duty to safeguard their future. So all of us, we play a big role in it. Thank you again for being part of the panel, and have a great day ahead.
Thank you, Sarah.
الطبيعة هي منبع الحياة، وقد أعطتنا الكثير وعلينا رد الجميل، وهو ما تلتزم به منطقتنا منذ 50 عاماً، وكان وسيبقى في مقدمة أولويات بنك أبو ظبي الأول. إنه الالتزام الذي يجعلنا رواد التمويل المستدام وشركاء العمل المناخي في المنطقة. لذا فإننا نقدم تسهيلات تقدر قيمتها بالمليارات دعماً لمشاريع ومبادرات الاستدامة.